Hello, everybody. Here we are. The stream is live. Not a whole lot of people. Hopefully that picks up. Ran into some difficulties, but I managed to start on time. So if there's any technical issues, let me know. Otherwise, I'm going to assume everything is at least adequate. But hopefully, we have a classy stream. Maybe something crazy happens in Iowa. It's all possible. But here we go. We got a comment already. We're going to get to the community polls before Iowa. But first, does Ron have a chance to win the primaries? I assume you mean the Iowa caucus? Probably not. It doesn't appear that he does. As for the other primaries, also, probably not. But anyway, so here we are in a stream. For those of you that are back from the midterm, or not the midterm stream, actually, the 2023 election stream. It's great to have you back. New people. It's great. We're going to start with a community poll recap. And this is number 13. I usually do one of these every month. We get on the community poll tab and we see what the results are. So we've got about a half hour to cover these results. And then the Iowa caucus results should be rolling in. So hopefully more people show up. 5 people so far. Maybe we can get that up to 10, 15, 20 maybe. But anyway, so here we are with the community poll results. And the farthest back one we've got, we're going to get right into it. We're going to hit this one up. What is your opinion of Bill Gates? We've got not a lot of love for Gates. We've got 3%. Very favorable. We have 11 favorable, 35 neutral, 20 unfavorable, 31% very unfavorable for Bill Gates. Hello, thanks for stopping by. Let's have a great stream. So Bill Gates, we're getting a lot of votes on these polls now. A lot of these are hitting over 1,000 or 1.2 thousand, 1.3. That's great. A lot of great comments. I'm not going to go over the individual comments, but Bill Gates, this guy does not have much support. Excuse me. I think a lot of the unfavorable is because he's just a billionaire. He's going to be out of touch. He has a lot of control over the economy. And some people go into the Jeffrey Epstein stuff. I'm sure that's all fair. He doesn't seem like an arrogant, terrible guy as far as personality, but he's the ultra rich. There's a lot of animosity towards Bill Gates type of people. And then there's other aspects with the vaccine patents for COVID. Some people are going to have a lot of problem with that. I don't blame them. And the people that do like Gates, it's probably going to be a lot of innovative tech giant stuff, starting Microsoft. That's all great. Plus his foundation, I'm sure that's got some great stuff as well. But at the same time, he's probably skirted a lot of tax laws, whatever. He's got the whole everything mapped out to his benefit. And that's Bill Gates. So a lot of people don't like Gates for one reason or another. It's easy to hate the billionaires. It's really easy. There's a lot to hate about them. And Bill Gates doesn't appear that he's any exception. Gates, very unfavorable. All right. That's that question. We've got still people trickling in. Let's go back to the next question. And again, I'm assuming the audio, the video, it's all great. If it's not great, speak up right now. All right. Let's go back to the next question. All right, we've got a shift in South Carolina. What's it going to be compared to 2020 when it was 11.7 for the GOP? This has 10%, say a 3% shift toward the Democrats, another 15, 1 to 2.9 toward the Dems, 25% say it's going to be about even. The winner, 37%, think it's going to tilt toward the GOP by 1 to 2.9, and 14% think it's going to go toward the Republicans by 3 or more. And this, I don't know which way this one's going to go. I like asking these questions because a lot of people have a lot of different takes, and most of the takes are valid. If you think this is going to go toward the Democrats, sure, it could. If you think it's going to go toward the Republicans, it's all possible. Every 4 years, the turnout at a presidential election, it could be different. A lot of things are going to be hard to predict. But this is in that Sun Belt territory between Georgia and North Carolina, those two states, much more competitive. South Carolina, typically not super competitive. Now, in the future, maybe. But 11.7 for the Republicans, that's a solid margin. It's possible it could get narrower than that. It's still going to definitely go toward the Republicans. But I don't know which way it's going to go. And South Carolina, not a whole lot to say about it. Good results. 1,000 voters. All right. Snow in southern Delaware. Thanks for stopping by. I was expecting that. Hope the weather clears up there. And glad you made it for the stream, even with the bad weather. It's always good if you're able to make it in the stream with the terrible weather. Let's go back to another question here. We've got, will George Santos be expelled from Congress? 34%, 74% say yes. 26% say no. Well, 74% of you are correct. He was expelled. And I would have guessed by the end, it did look like he was going to be expelled. It wasn't unanimous or anything like that, but he got enough votes from both sides. Santos is done. That special election will be in about a month or so. That's going to be exciting with that narrow Republican majority. Hello, I am Moon. Thanks for showing up. We're going to see what happens in that special. So that's Santos. He was a colorful character while he lasted. He managed to win that election out there on Long Island. And apparently he had a lot of secrets he was harboring that nobody bothered to look into until after the fact. All right. 10 people, that's good. Let's keep that going up. Maybe we get 30, 40, 50 people in here. So we've got some more time before the caucus results come in at that's about 20, 22 minutes. I'm going to keep doing the community poll results. And this is all you guys. This is all what you think. I'm just here to provide a little bit of commentary. Some of these I have a minimal opinion on. Some of these I have a stronger opinion on. But I like to look at all sides. I like to see what everybody thinks. Sometimes I disagree, but it's good to hear everybody express their views. Once in a while, you get a comment that's just trolling, just trying to be inflammatory, but most of the time, wide range on my channel in the comments. Can I explain what a caucus is? Well, it's not a primary. That we know. I did have a CNN article on my Iowa caucus preview video that shows the outline of what the caucus is and how it works. But it seems to be people get in a room, they try to sway the opinion of people for their support. That's kind of how it goes. It's a very bare bones answer. The Iowa lead, that's no results yet. We'll have to wait until 7 p.m. Central. We'll check back on that in a bit. Let's get back to the questions. How about this one here? What is your general opinion on using cryptocurrency? This one was a surprise. There's very little support for it. 4% strongly support, 6 support, 26 neutral, 27 opposed, 36, that's the winner. They strongly oppose. And there's some comments here about regulation. That's a legitimate aspect about how much regulation should there be. Some people are really enthusiastic about decentralized currency, and some people think it's a scam. It's it's kind of polarizing, but not in these results. These results are thumbs down for cryptocurrency. I get it. Some people have made a killing off of it, and I guess there's some money to be made, but it's confusing. It's a little weird, but I was expecting this to be a little bit more split. I did not expect 10% support for crypto. I thought there was going to be some people in there who are huge on crypto. All right. Maybe you're a big crypto fan, though. Maybe you've made a ton off of it. That's great. We'll see what the future holds for crypto as far as regulation goes. All right, next. What have we got here? What is your opinion of sore loser laws? Now, these are laws that prevent losing primary candidates from running again in the general election. And this has 14% that strongly support, 12 support, 31 neutral, 21 opposed, 23 strongly opposed. So this is a lot more scattered than something like cryptocurrency. And it's not a term we hear a lot, sore loser laws, but I think it's an interesting concept where if you lose a primary, does that mean you can just come in again, run as an independent, get in the general election? There was a lot of polarization in the comments. It's only 17, but some people said, no, this is totally anti-democratic and not constitutional. If you should be able to run again in the general election, even if you lose a primary, so what? Yeah, I guess. But I mean, you had your crack at it. I don't know. I mean, there has to be some threshold. Obviously, you'd have to gather signatures, whatever the process would be in various states. But I think a lot of people are just not familiar with this concept. It is actually a law in a lot of states. If you actually look into it, I did put a link in the comments for people that wanted to read up on it if they weren't familiar. But I wonder what people think if they heard more about it, talked more about it. But it's out there. It's a thing. All right, let me cover a couple quick comments here. So I mean, both Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis run again in 28. Who do you think will win the primary? Is there anyone else you think will make big waves in 28? Well, that's a big if. I mean, we're looking at 4 years from now, and just assuming it's Nikki and Ron again. Oh, I did have that poll, by the way, of who's going to come in second place. Looks like Nikki had a commanding lead when I checked a bit ago. But I'm really not huge on predicting 4 years out. I'm not huge on predicting 9 months out, even. But 4 years out, there's just so much that could change. DeSantis is going to have been out of office now, term limited out as governor for a year by the time those primaries roll around for 28. And who knows what his status is. I mean, maybe he goes for a Senate run even. But I don't know. Nikki Haley, I don't know what she's going to do in the next 4 years, if assuming she's not the nominee. I always thought Ron DeSantis was probably a stronger candidate than Nikki Haley, at least in the end. I know Haley now, she's had success in the polls, but I tend to think that's a little bit superficial. She hasn't been hit hard yet. She is pretty establishment. I think she has more to lose than DeSantis. DeSantis ruined his political capital by jumping into this race in the first place. And who else could get in 28? I mean, anybody could. I mean, it's a million years away. All right, tie in the caucuses. We will get to the caucuses. Give it about 15, 20, 25 minutes. We're trying to get through these community polls. For those that are interested, are people here interested in these community polls? Let me know if you guys are, because that's what we're covering. Okay. Here we go. Crypto comment. The environmental aspects. That is true. Some people have mentioned um, the environmental aspects. That's something that I've heard. Doesn't get talked about a lot, but that's a valid point to bring up. Why are people including Binkley in the live results? I don't know. I did see Binkley on there in the Des Moines Register results. Maybe if he's on the ballot at all, then he's going to be on there, and it's going to be in alphabetical order. Yeah, Haley, I don't know. It's so far off. We'll reevaluate as time goes on. Let's go to the next question here. Oh, look at this. What is your opinion of Nikki Haley? That is that's a current topic, to say the least. 6% very favorable, 14 favorable, 22 neutral, 35 unfavorable, 23 very unfavorable. We got 1,200 votes on this thing, and her support is fairly low. Um, I mean, I've heard a lot of people, usually the Trump base, very opposed to Haley, and all the reasons are kind of expected. It's the establishment, the swamp, back in heels, Dick Cheney in a dress, whatever you want to call it. And there's all the ties to the military industrial complex, Raytheon, BlackRock, Boeing, whatever. So a lot of people do not like Haley. She's getting the donors. And I mean, the donors have to go somewhere. And if they're going from DeSantis to Haley, yeah, people aren't going to like that. And people don't. Haley, maybe she is more electable. We don't really know for sure than somebody like Trump. But I don't think she's going to be able to beat Trump. But if she did, some of those Trump voters are going to sit home. There's no question. But the independents could come back. It's possible. So yeah, there's not a lot of love here for Nikki Haley, more than Bill Gates, a little bit more than Bill Gates. Bill Gates had no support here. But Haley, she's described frequently as just that neoconservative type of persona. And that was kind of what a lot of the Republicans moved away from in 2016 when Trump got elected. People were kind of done with Bush, McCain, Romney. It just wasn't speaking to the actual voters. And Nikki Haley doesn't strike me as very populist. So that's why I think her support is probably kind of low here. But some people are fans. Some people think, no, she's electable. Some people are all about electability. Some people think she has good policy. She's got that UN ambassador experience. And she does decent in the debates. So I mean, it's not there's some good points, but either you're a fan or you're not, I suppose. All right. Haley used to like until she said TikTok makes people more anti Semitic. Okay, I might have heard that. I mean, there's a lot of quotes. Sometimes I miss some of them. She was also into making it so people on social media had to have their actual identity confirmed. I remember that. That was kind of a debacle. All right. Christie dropped out. Asa is a lost cause. Yeah, Asa is definitely a lost cause. Dick Cheney in 3-inch heels. Yep, that's what they say. That is what they say about Haley. Mark Nordberg, good morning. Hey, thanks for showing up. Glad you managed to stop in for this community poll recap before we get to the caucus results. Let's go on to the next question. All right, we've got a shift here in Minnesota. What's it going to be compared to its 7.1% Democrat margin in 2020? Here we've got 11% think it's going to go toward the Democrats by 3 or more. 16 say 1 to 2.9 toward the Dems. 21% think it's going to be about even. We've got 39% toward the Republicans, 1 to 2.9, and 13% 3 or more toward the Republicans. And I ask these shift questions because most of it is just my curiosity. And some people have their reasons for why they think it's going to shift one way or the other. Some people think there's no way it's going to shift this way or there's no way it's going to shift that way. I leave the options open. We remember in 2016, Trump lost it. Hillary Clinton won it by about 1.5 points. It's true, there's third-party vote. And then last time it went 7.1 toward Biden. It's tough to say. Minnesota's a state I would think someone like Trump could have a populist appeal. There's a lot of rural counties that I would think would be more working class and go hard for Trump. But then the Twin Cities, Hennepin, Ramsey County, there might be too much blue there and in the suburbs. But I think it could go toward the Republicans. I think that probably for me, it seems like it would be more likely to go a little bit toward the Republicans than go up over 7.1 toward the Democrats. However, of course, all these shift questions do depend on the third party vote. I mean, if we've got 6 candidates in there, then who knows what's going to happen. But I did not think Trump was going to get very, very close in 16. I remember that was a late night. The vote was out in Minnesota. There was a chance Trump could win it in 16. And I was thinking, what? Really? And then in 20, the thinking was, well, he's probably going to do it again, right? In 16, he got really close, but no, didn't happen. Not even close. So that's Minnesota. We'll see what happens. It's a kind of a perennial blue state, but maybe someday it does go red. It's been a while. We'll see what happens. All right. All right. Keep your snow away from your phone. I would recommend that. Nikki Haley is the worst. Hutchinson over Haley. That's interesting. Yeah, Asa is still in this thing. When are the results supposed to start coming in? Top of the hour, I believe, is when we're supposed to start getting them in. And we're going to get to that. I want to get some more poll questions in. We're doing it live. And hoping for a classy stream. See how this goes. We'll see if people show up. If people show up, we can do this more often. If nobody shows up, what's the point? I don't know how GOP centric this stream is, first of all. But what do I think about Whitmer in 28? Well, just like with the other 18, or the question about DeSantis and Haley in 28, it's so far off. I have no idea. Right now, it looks like Whitmer is somebody that would have success. The Democrats seem to like her. But in 4 years, there's just no telling what could happen. Again, she'll be term limited out. Maybe she does something else. Maybe she joins the administration. Maybe something crazy happens. Who knows? But if nothing changes, it would seem like Whitmer would be a stronger candidate. But again, things change all the time. Of course, Chris Christie, he looked strong back 11, 12 years ago. And then he completely crashed. So who knows? Whitmer, she looks like she'd have success now, but who knows? Um, Minnesota had the longest blue streak of any state since it voted against Reagan. Yeah, I think that's correct. I think 72 was when they voted for Nixon, and Massachusetts, excuse me, and sorry, I have slight cough here. But anyway, 72, that was, yeah, that was Minnesota going red, if my memory serves me correctly. Let's go back here. Let's do the next question. Yeah, you woke up right in time. Absolutely. Will Jimmy Carter, I think that says Carter. I can't read the whole thing, but Carter, no, Carter is, actually, that can't be Carter. I can't read what the last name is. But let's get to this question. What is your opinion of having a border wall? 41% strongly support, 14 support, 13 neutral, 13 opposed, 19 strongly oppose. Now, this question about the border wall, this is one that Trump kind of poisoned the well on. It's been so politicized. You can't really say anything about it without people making all kinds of assumptions. But we do have a lot of support for it. 41% on this poll right here, but there is some opposition. And there's a lot of different aspects to this. There is the efficacy. Some people think it's just not going to do anything. Some people think then, therefore, it would be a waste of money. Some people say there are environmental concerns. These aren't things to dismiss. These are valid points. But there is a lot happening at the border. And I would think any country that has a lot of people crossing is going to want some sort of physical barrier to prevent people from just freely moving or moving and possibly getting apprehended by a border patrol, but possibly not, because border patrol can't be everywhere all the time. And a physical barrier would work in place of humans patrolling it. But especially with all the people, immigration being a huge topic, to have no physical barriers, I can't imagine that. If there were no physical barriers, there would just be ports of entry and nothing next to it. I that I don't think would work at all. And then as far as the efficacy, now I would definitely agree that a fence or a border wall, whatever it is, some physical barrier, that's not going to solve everything. There's no question there's a lot more to immigration than just having a barrier. There's a lot more to it. But if there are a lot of people that are trying to move in a particular spot, having a barrier there is certainly going to make it more difficult. Now, it's possible they try to go around a different way. There could be tunnels. That all needs to be addressed too. But I don't think a reasonably formidable wall is going to have such a minuscule effect. And I think even if a wall did have complete 100% effectiveness, then I still think there would be opposition, aside from environmental. But wanting to stem the flow with some physical barrier does not seem unreasonable to me. There's other factors, there's a lot more to it, but having it open or very minimally patrolled, where you're going to be swamped if you're the patrol, that I don't think that's really going to work. We can see what's happening now. and doesn't seem to be going super well. But anyway, let's try to keep it moving. Um, Trying to go through the comments. Oh, that was Jimmy Carter. Wow. No, he's not gonna run. Absolutely. Louisiana maps. I did. I haven't had time to look as of right now. I mean, you've seen me do all my redistricting map reviews. You've been there since the beginning, so I'm sure you could guess whatever commentary I would have. Once the maps are finalized, I will probably do another review of them. But I haven't had time to look at them, at least today. Um, will it be harder to have repair DeSantis or Reynolds? We're talking about DeSantis's image or Kim Reynolds' self-image with voters. Um, I don't know. Probably DeSantis, if that's what we're talking about, his primary saving face in the primary. I would think DeSantis is going to have a little bit more to do there. Okay, how about this question? And then we've got to get to the results. We can still bounce around between these, but what is your opinion of accepting incorrectly dated or undated mail-in ballots? And first, actually, I think we could take a peek at the results real quick. We've got nothing in Iowa just yet. If in case you're wondering, that's where we're at. So, what is your opinion on accepting incorrectly dated or undated mail-in ballots? We've got 10% strongly support, 9% support, 18% neutral, 11 opposed, 51. That's the clear winner. They strongly oppose. Now, this question, there was maybe there was a little bit of confusion in the comments. I did put a link in there. This is not the postmark. This is on the ballot, on the front, whatever it is, where next to, above, below the signature, whatever it is, the date. If that date is incorrect, should it be accepted? Now, there's a whole debate around mail-in ballots in general, but I'm assuming this is not about mail-in ballots as a whole. This is purely about the date. If somebody writes in the wrong date on their ballot, should it be accepted? Well, if there are mail-in ballots, and let's say you put the wrong date by 1 on you when you write it in, that would seem a little minor to completely toss out. Now, then you get into all the ballot curing and all that. Should the voter have an opportunity to correct that? Well, I would think it would be a little unfair if you're doing ballots and have the wrong date to have it completely tossed out. Now, I know a lot of people are opposed to this, and yeah, it does make sense where postmark, if you have the wrong postmark, there could be a lot of issues with that. There could be a lot of other issues with ballots. But if there's no curing process, if then not having the date accepted, that's going to be a little tricky. A lot of people, that's going to create a whole bunch of chaos, I would think. Then you're going to have, on election day, potentially thousands of ballots with the wrong date. Now, you might just say, yeah, let's just vote in person. That's probably going to make the most sense. That probably does. Gives you an opportunity to fix it right then and there. When you're doing it by mail, it is going to create a lot more points of potentially unknown conflict. But a lot of people are not a fan of this. I understand it. But that's the dates for mail-in ballots. Let's move back one more here. Let's see what we've got. Let's try to take a look here. Oh, yeah, who will have a hard time repairing their image after the GOP primary? If we were talking about Kim Reynolds still or Ron DeSantis, guess I'd lean toward DeSantis because Kim Reynolds, I don't think she has national ambitions unless somehow she tags along as a running mate. All right, got a Chris Christie fan there, I see. DeSantis second place, maybe. We'll see. We'll get to the results in a moment. Let's see. Let's check again. Are there any results? No, no results in yet. All right, so here we've got, what is your opinion of Gavin Newsom? 7%, very favorable. 15% favorable. 15 neutral. 14 unfavorable. And 48% very unfavorable. A lot of people very unfavorable on Newsom. We got 1,500 votes on this thing. 85 comments. And Newsom, he's polarizing, I guess. If the debate between him and DeSantis, the deck was stacked against him. He had Sean Hannity. He was on Fox News. But he answers the questions. There's a lot of data you could cherry pick to make any state sound great or any state sound terrible. And Newsom, I don't know if he does appear to be the runner-up behind Joe Biden on the betting markets. If it's not Biden, it looks like it'd be Newsom stepping in. But he does have a little bit of that coastal elitism. And I think that I think would be possibly off-putting for the Rust Belt. He has success. It's a large state. That's all true. There's a few good things, I'm sure. A few great things. Probably a lot of great things he could point to. But California it does have an association with some unfavorable aspects. The cost of living and the crime, all that. So I don't know if people are talking about Newsom personally, but either way, Newsom, he's getting very little support here again in the comments. I thought it'd be actually a little bit more favorable than this, just a little bit. But some people like Newsom, no question. He's one of those guys with a lot of connections. He's got a background with a lot of political connections. All right. Trying to go back here. Here's Iowa. No results in yet. So while we're waiting on that, we're going to keep doing some questions. All right. Marianne Williamson. Yeah, she did not get much coverage. She got labeled as the Crystal Lady. And she was, I think, unfairly maligned. And that's what happens when you're not way behind the establishment. You're going to get smeared. And that's what happened. Now, there could be legitimate criticisms of her. I'm sure there's a bunch, but she probably should have gotten a little bit more favorable coverage. All right, let's see. Should we go back and do another one here? All right, let's talk about New Mexico. We've got the shift here compared to its 10.8% margin in 2020 for the Democrats. Which way is it going to go? We've got 9% toward the Democrats, 10, or 9%, 3 or more toward the Democrats, 10% say 1 to 2.9 toward the Democrats, 20% say even, 44 toward the Republicans by 1 to 2.9, 16% toward the Republicans by 3 or more. And this is another one. Could go either way. That did get fairly blue in 2020 for Biden, cracking double digits. And if it's a three-way race, again, that's going to change everything. But I would think it could tick slightly toward the Republicans. Maybe not much. Maybe 9.5 points still. But I don't know. I mean, I'm always wide open. Maybe somehow it just goes like 5 points toward the Republicans. Maybe it goes another 4 toward the Democrats and goes, Biden wins it by 15 if it was a head-to-head matchup. I don't know. The economy, it's going to determine a lot. And if it's right now, I would say it's going to tick a little bit toward the Republicans, just a little bit, but it's anybody's guess. All right, should we take a peek here again? Nothing in Iowa. So we will try to do another question. All right, this will be the last one because I try to give them at least a month before I cover the results. Then we'll get more to the comments. We'll get into Iowa. But here's the last question for right now. Most likely to not be the 2024 nominee. 53% say Joe Biden. 34% say Donald Trump. 13% are not sure or have no opinion. 1,600 votes on this thing. That's great. And Biden is the winner. People would expect Trump to be more likely to be the nominee than Biden. And I get it. Both of them are very likely to be the nominee. But if one of them wasn't going to be, who's it going to be? And that is Joe Biden, according to these poll results. Now, why is that? Probably because of Biden's age. That's number one. And his popularity. It's very low. So a lot of people think he might be swapped out, tagged out for maybe Newsom, maybe somebody else. There is actually a primary happening, but apparently it's not going to be one of those other Democrats actually running. And as for Trump, there's reasons he might not be the nominee. He could have one of those legal cases. There could be a conviction. There could be more than one conviction. That could doom Trump in theory. He could also lose in the primary legitimately. Looks unlikely. But there's valid reasons for both sides. Biden's age and popularity. Trump, he's a little bit younger, but he's got a ton of baggage. And there's people who are going to come out to vote against him. And right now, these results, you guys out there think Biden is more likely to not be the nominee, but both of them probably going to be the nominee. You never know. All right, so those are the community poll results. The rest we'll have to let sit. We'll take a look at those at a different time. And I think we're ready to get on to Iowa. Here we go. We've got nothing in yet. I've got New York Times pulled up. And let's see what we've got for the comments. Frostbite to vote for Asa Hutchinson. I'm going to say that seems highly unlikely. That one, I like to keep my options open, but that one I'm going to say seems unreasonable to me. All right. Still nothing here in Iowa, but we're ready. We're ready to go. Hope you enjoyed the community poll results. There's been a couple suggestions over the months to do one of these community streams. People want to hang out, ask questions, do it in real time. So that's what we're doing. We're trying it out. We've got a caucus here, the first contest, community poll results. Seems like a good time to get everybody together. All right. Let's see. Haley, she might flop. Who knows? Covered Marianne Williamson. Nikki Haley probably going to get second. Yeah, we will pull up some polls. These are the latest Real Clear Politics polls for Iowa. Trump with a massive lead, but it looks like Haley has eclipsed DeSantis in the very recent last week or two. She's passed him. Even though she made that comment that New Hampshire corrects Iowa's mistakes, whatever that was, I would think that would have put off some Iowa voters. But The media, the donors, they're getting behind Haley as the Trump alternate. We'll see what happens. All right. Okay. Having a good Martin Luther King Jr. Day. I was busy today. I did not even realize that was it until just a couple hours ago, maybe a few hours ago. But yeah, that is today, apparently. Okay, results 20 minutes. Okay. It's too late to discuss Biden not being the Democratic nominee. A lot of states already closed to new. Yeah, that's true. And I guess it's been polarizing, but a lot of people do think that's anti Democratic, where in Florida or Tennessee, wherever, just having Biden's name on the ballot. And a lot of voters do not want Biden. When asked in the abstract, do you want Biden or do you want someone else? A lot of voters do say someone else. But in these primaries, just having Biden on the ballot, I don't know. I think if they qualified for the ballot, the other people should be on there. And I still think Biden would win. Maybe he wins only with 80% of the votes still instead of 100. I don't think that's embarrassing. He still won by a landslide. But then you wouldn't have any claims of hypocrisy and democracy, shall we say. Um, let's see. New Mexico will shift 1 to 2% toward the Republicans. Yeah, I mean, I was saying probably about, yeah, around one or so. But I mean, it could do anything. It's possible. Tough to say, though. Biden's age is not the problem. Um, yeah, I mean, it's how you carry the age. I mean, just because he's in his 80s, I mean, I don't think that's a big deal. Now, some people disagree. It doesn't matter what their disposition is or their mental acuity. They think once you're in your 80s, that's it. Doesn't matter. Well, I would always disagree with that. I think some people are in their 90s and it just they seem like they're 45. So it's all anything. But yeah, Biden does seem old, older than Trump at least, who's only a little bit younger. Trump does not. Trump, he's not as young as he used to be, but he definitely seems to have a lot more energy than Biden. Chuck Grassley, yeah, Grassley he's in his 90s now. Surprised he ran again last time, but hey, it is what it is. The main poll, Biden up by one. Oh yeah. Thanks for checking out that video. Put it out earlier today, and that's just what the poll shows. I don't think it would be that close in the end, but it's Maine. We got to take a look at the polls when they're out there. And I mean, they were only in the mid 30s. 36 for Biden, 35 Trump, I think. That means there's a lot of undecideds, and I think a lot of that is soft support for Biden. A ton of them are going to come around by election day. Again, third party vote could make it more complex. I don't think Trump would win the state. I think that's highly unlikely, but I suppose if he had a great night, he could crack 5 points on a great night. But it's interesting to see Biden's approval rating was really low in that poll, and it was competitive. Yeah, they don't show their age. Yep, that's pretty much what I was saying. Haley has the Larry Hogan endorsement. Yeah, that. So Hogan not gonna go no labels apparently. I don't know. I guess he could always change his mind, but Maybe Liz Cheney will jump into it. But no labels. We got to see if that's going to be a thing. Maybe there's news today. I don't know. Sometimes I miss things. Got to see what Manchin does. All right. Well, we're up to 12 people. Not as much as the last election, but it's early. You know, we'll see what happens. Hopefully, we can get 20, 30, 40 people in here. But also, like, share, subscribe. Hopefully, you'll help the channel expand. We're over 1,700 now subscribers. Some of you have been there for a long time. I appreciate that. Some of you are new. Either way, it's good to do a live stream, get everybody together. Let's do a hangout, see what people have to say. Plan on sitting here for a little while. Probably not as long as the election last time. That I did about 6.5 hours. I don't think we're going to go that long. But we've had some people show up. Waiting on the results. We'll be looking at Polk County. We'll be looking at Johnson County. Johnson, that is the bluest county. It's not where Des Moines is. It's going to be Johnson County. A lot of blue college students there. Oh, here we go. Here's the results. There it is. Boom. We've got 68 votes coming in here, Des Moines County, in the southeast. Trump, 55 of those votes. That's 81%. DeSantis, 11.8. Nikki Haley, 4.4. There it is. We're underway. Less than 1%. Iowa Caucus Night, 2024. Can't believe we're here already. Here comes some more. All right. Haley gaining a little bit here. We're going up into the northwest. Lyon County. 11% of the vote in there. Okay, we've got some forecasting down here. They've got the meters here. Race for second place. That's way too early, but tilting Haley. Can't forget about Ramaswamy. Got to see what he pulls in tonight. All right. So yeah, I had a community poll out that asked what Trump's vote is going to be here, the popular vote. And it's kind of a split. Some people think he's going to hit over 60. Some people think he's going to hit under 50. The weather, yeah, the weather is pretty cold there. The coldest Iowa caucus ever. That's what I heard. Okay, we've got Keokuk County. Trump dominating these three counties. We'll see what happens. It's exciting. But it's really all going to be probably Trump winning this thing. But second place, how much value is there in second place? You take this and you go into New Hampshire bragging how you got in second place. Maybe it's something. And then Haley is going to have to go into South Carolina in the not too distant future. And if she can't even win her home state, well, I think that's kind of the end of the line for her. Then we're going to be talking about vice presidents or running mates, I should say. We'll see what happens with that. Here comes some more results. Another rural county here. 9% of the vote. Hancock County, 70% for Trump. DeSantis, second place there with 25. Ramaswamy at Fort Haley is not even on this. She couldn't even get in third place in Hancock County. That's that's kind of funny. All right. Got family in Iowa. Nice, nice. All right. All right, we got some here in Polk. Less than 1%. And that is going to Trump. Haley again, not even in third on this. Only very little vote in there, but still. If Haley's not even gonna get in the top 3 in Polk, I don't see how she could get in second place overall. I've got past results up here if people are interested in that. Here's 2020. Not a lot to see here. Here's 2016. Look at Trump in Polk County. He got in third place with about 22% of the vote. Rubio won that county, and Cruz won the state with under 28% 8 years ago. Johnson County, Trump couldn't even crack 20. So that's where we were 8 years ago. All right, let's get back to it. DeSantis gaining slightly. Leads can be misleading. Yep. Okay. Do I think the polls are underestimating Ramaswamy? It's hard to really say what's going to happen with the poll based on the polls. I don't know. I mean, he wasn't polling that high as it is. What was this Ramaswamy polling at here? 6.8%, the Real Clear Politics average. So if they're underestimating him, I mean, maybe he gets 7 or 8%, but I don't know how much that's really going to be worth. The interesting thing would be if Trump was not in the race, how much does Ramaswamy pick up? Because he's the most similar to Trump. Could Ramaswamy be the running mate? There's discussion about that. I tend to think not, but who knows? Nikki Haley and Boeing, yeah. Who knows? But she does have the big donors. I haven't even really checked lately, but yeah, she's gonna have to own that at some point. That's gonna be brought up. She's gonna have to say, "Yeah, I love the donors." She can't run from that because that's gonna be used against her. All right, here we go. Here's some Johnson County. Look at that, Ron DeSantis. It's only 18 votes, but Trump only has 5 votes. That's 12%, with 1% in Johnson. Now, if you look back here is 2020. Biden won this county with over 70% of the vote. So that is Trump's weakest county by far. He's also weak in a couple of these other counties. Polk is another weak one, but Johnson is the worst county for Trump. And DeSantis put a lot into this state. I haven't tracked it all, but I'm hearing he went to all the counties. He's spending all this time there. And DeSantis really probably should not have run, but he's going to have to repair his image after this. He's got another couple of years in Florida. But politics is fleeting. People might forget about this. He can recover his popularity. All right. There's the range. Trump likely to be over 50%. Okay. I wonder what the vote turnout will be, given that it is extremely cold there. Is that going to hurt Trump because people think he's already going to win, so they're going to not stay home? Maybe. But I don't know how intense the Haley supporters are. They would want to come out and brave the cold. Johnson, yeah, that would be a count. But again, there's only 1% of the vote. Just could have been a precinct or a location where it was big for DeSantis. But I'm sure DeSantis is looking at that. And he's probably perking up just a little bit. And we're down to 7 people here. Yeah, this not your typical election audience, but maybe more people will show up. Maybe the community polls were really not that interesting. Maybe people like that is a separate video. But yeah, this is for the fans. What have we got? We've got Pottawatomie County. Big for Trump. These are all just 1%. Oh, it's already called. It's an early call, but it's called for Trump. And okay, it should be proportional. So we got to see how many delegates he ends up with of the 40. 40 delegates up for grabs. Asa, yeah. Yep, AP just called it. It's called right here. It's an early call for Trump. He's loving that. He probably thinks we don't even need to do New Hampshire, right? Why do New Hampshire when you've just won in Iowa? Uh, and then I think there's 2 debates coming up before New Hampshire. That's a lot. I like debates, but I would think one debate between now and New Hampshire. Yeah, this thing is called for Donald J. Trump. With less than 1% of the vote in. It's all about the margins. Oh, Asa. Good old Asa Hutchinson. He's a 2-term governor. I mean, it's not like he's a complete nobody. Yeah, It is pretty wild. Maybe they've analyzed the data and they've decided that this is even a stronger performance for Trump, maybe. Or maybe it's not. Maybe there's just no way he's not going to get a majority of the vote. But yeah, it would be nice to get more than 1% of the vote. It's embarrassing if you were hoping for an upset, if you were Nikki Haley or Ron DeSantis and you staked everything on an upset, you know, you know the people of Iowa, they're going to back you, and then they come out and give Trump the win with less than 1% of the vote. That's got to sting. Do I think Trump will win all states and regions? Um, it looks like it, but we have to see New Hampshire. New Hampshire's the only one where there could be an upset. Could be. Nikki Haley is banking on gaining some of the Chris Christie support. She's banking on a surge, but Trump is still the favorite in every state. There was a point in time where it was DeSantis and Trump neck and neck post midterms. Like right after the midterms, DeSantis had that huge reelection. He was riding high. And then all the polls came out. I even did a primary prediction, and it's close. Ever since then, all downhill for DeSantis. And I think it's going to all be water under the bridge once this primary wraps up. If Trump is the winner, probably he will be. I don't think he's going to hate DeSantis after. Once Trump gets what he wants, then once you're out of his way, he could be your friend again. Okay, these are slow results. But hope everybody's having a decent night. I know it is cold in places, so hopefully you're staying warm and you're here for the politics. You're here for the commentary. You're here to see some results. And whatever your motivation is for being on this channel, well, I really do appreciate it a lot. Small vote dump here, Woodbury County. Trump under 70 there with 2% of the vote in. Again, Nikki Haley not even in third place there. Ramaswamy cracking double digits. Only 6 votes, though. You got to put it in perspective. That's nothing. Okay, we have a little bit here. Here, DeSantis, with 5% of the vote, has none of these votes. A lot of outstanding vote here. Thousands of votes. Some of these counties, though, it's not that many. It is only a few hundred. I would check in with the Democrats. I would check in and see what's happening there, but we already know they're doing some weird mail-in thing until Super Tuesday, whatever that is. I don't know what that's all about, but it'd be nice to see what Biden would get if it was a competitive primary between him and Williamson and Phillips. Okay, we've got a little bit of vote in somewhere. Ramaswamy at 14 here. Right now, DeSantis clearly ahead of Haley. And this is the key county right here, Johnson. DeSantis, 10-point lead. Okay. Trump losing a little bit there. Not sure where that vote came from. He's leading big in Iowa County. Let's see. Here, not as a Republican, but as a political science major, and more importantly, an elections nerd. Well, that's great. And you decided to come here to this channel. That's great. Whatever it is about this channel. I do like to know. There's a lot of channels out there. I'm not sure who's doing a stream. I'm sure a bunch of other people are, but this is the place to be. New Democratic primary schedule is weird. Yeah, if it's even a primary. But Trump's lead going down a little bit again. Where are we going here? Okay, now in Johnson, we went from 1% to 2, and now Haley is on top. That's why you don't want to jump to conclusions with only 1% of the vote, and even with 2. But DeSantis went from the top to the bottom. Haley up to 43. All right. 1% of the vote in statewide. Ton of counties left. We'll be here a little while, at least. Again, it's all about the demand, you know? If nobody wants to show up, if people want to go to bed or there's no interest, well, I can always cut the stream a little bit earlier. Okay, 3% in Johnson. Haley at 44 again. What's Trump going to get? Is he going to get 60? Is he going to get 55? Could he possibly not get a majority? That would be, I guess, pretty embarrassing, but not really at the same time. Okay, let's see. We've got some more comments. Classic DeSantis. Follow a lot. The Green Nate. You follow a lot of election prediction analysis on YouTube, but I make your rounds through all of them to get a balanced and unbiased info. Okay. Yeah, I'm just calling what I see. I don't know what the other channels are. Are some of these other channels just completely rooting one way or another? That wouldn't be fun. Not for me, but relaxing and simple commentary. Well, that's what I try to do. Try to do the commentary, cover the comments, try to be as soothing as I can. Always trying to expand the channel. Over 1,700 subscribers, so whether you just did it last week or a year ago, that's great. Keep it up. Like, share, and subscribe. Lots of ways to support the channel. If you're actually a big fan, you know, plenty of ways. Hopefully we can expand a lot more by election day. Okay, another vote dump. Trump losing more support. Got more here in Johnson. Haley down to 39 from 44. Okay. Let's see. Haley has a 62% chance of getting second place, according to New York Times. Hutchinson, less than 1%. I wonder if Asa is going to give a speech. I mean, he should if he's in this race. Some kind of concession, I would think. All right. Some SLO County reporting. Still 1% statewide. Only 1,100 votes. What was the vote total last time? Let's see. Well, here's 2016. And we had 186,000 votes. 186,000. And again, in Johnson County, Trump got 20% in a crowded race. In Polk, he got about 22. Cruz won a lot of these counties. It's kind of scattered. Here's the Des Moines Register site. They don't really have much on here. All right, now Haley takes over second place from Ron DeSantis by one vote, 17.2 to 17.1. Trump at 57 and seemingly on the decline, but there's a lot of these red rural counties have yet to report anything. Trump, again, losing another 0.4%. Where is it? 7% in Johnson, Trump at 28. That's up from his 19%, 19 to 20 he got in 8 years ago in 2016. Let's see, Polk, is Polk still? No, Polk's at 1%. Now, these suburban Des Moines counties are also ones to take a look at. Dallas, Story, Lynn County with Cedar Rapids, that's another one. And then out here, Quad Cities area, Scott County, more of a blue collar, working class type of county. Let's see. Youngkin almost ran. How well do you think he'd do if he did? Well, I always say it's hard to say because I think it is hard to say. That means if we're saying there is no Trump and Youngkin just ran and was the nominee, then I think he'd do well. But if there is a Trump and then Youngkin ran, I don't think he would do well. I think he'd probably suffer the DeSantis type of treatment. He'd completely wipe out a lot of his political capital, and he'd sink. But maybe I'm wrong. I just don't think Youngkin would have much success, or anybody would, if Trump is in the race. Trump just, he sucks all the oxygen out of the room, and he goes after anybody. And I don't think Youngkin would be able to outmatch Trump. How much the election prediction and polling would be if Asa Hutchinson somehow won. Yeah, that would be a pretty bad blow for the polling industry if Asa won. That'd be apocalyptic. Trump now under 55%. 16% here. Trump, 49%. Grundy County, 16% of the vote. Still not a lot of vote. I want to see these margins once we start getting 50, 60% of the vote in. But this is a caucus. It's not a primary. I'm assuming there's a lot of people in rooms trying to get support, win these delegates in the freezing cold. Trump again losing another 8/10. Haley gaining 1. Story County. There we go. Suburbs of Polk County, Des Moines. 42%. Trump in third there. 17%. Ramaswamy. 24%. That's surprising. That they would go Ramaswamy over Trump. 2% of the vote, though. We got to see what happens. It's easy to jump to conclusions with just a small percentage of the vote in. Vivek, not Vivek, Vivek. I want to get that right. He might be dropping out if he has a super weak performance. Who knows what he's going to do, but he's an interesting candidate. Winsome Sears, did she criticize Trump? I missed that if that happened, but I don't know how harsh it was. Okay, getting a little bit here in some of these other counties. Let's see. It's still early. We've been got about an hour 20 into this stream. We've got 13 people here. Maybe we can get that up to 17, 18. Trump gaining a little bit there. He's back over 55. But again, this has already been called for Trump. That was called 2 seconds into this thing. Less than 1% of the vote. It's called. A lot of votes here. Ton in Polk. And they estimate Trump now, his support 53% for Trump. That's the estimate. Haley would be in second with 21. DeSantis third with 18. Ramaswamy 7%. And Asa, good old Asa, 1%. And that would pretty much match up with these polls here. I guess, yeah. Trump was about 53, Haley about 19, DeSantis 16, Ramaswamy 7. So nothing too shocking as of yet. 2% of the vote in. We're here to call the results. Oh, and this poll completed. Look at that. 55 votes. Second place in Iowa. Haley wins it. That is narrow. 52%. DeSantis 47. Great results. Good stuff. I had thought DeSantis would get in second, at least as of last week. I don't know. I'm wide open. Okay. New York Times, they've got the stats on here. So this is where we're going to be hanging out. The official Des Moines Register. This just looks worse, I think. But this has all the votes. Chris Christie 4 votes. Ryan Binkley ahead of him. No Asa on there? Okay. Whatever. Oh, Winsome Sears complimented Trump before criticizing him. Yeah, I think if you're going to be an anti-Trump candidate like Liz Cheney or Chris Christie or even Asa Hutchinson, you got to go all in on it. If you're going to hedge, I don't know, it's not going to land. But the only one really sucking up to Trump, or maybe it's not sucking up, maybe I guess let's just say the biggest fan would be Ramaswamy. All right, Trump now dips down below 55% again. Okay. Hopefully we get all the vote in, or at least 90 plus 95% in by, I don't know, within the next couple of hours. But we're here, we're doing a stream. So I'm sure there's some lurkers out there that just like to lurk, but it's great to have you here anyway. Hopefully you watch all the videos, or at least most of them. I do a variety of videos. You don't have to watch all of them. Many voters are looking for other candidates other than Trump. Oh, after the midterms, yeah, that was when Trump was at his pretty much his lowest point. Trump now back over 55. It seemed like Trump, with all his baggage, would be in some jeopardy here with the trials, but nope. We'll see what happens. Lurkers. Yep. Oh, this three votes. Oh, here we go. If you wanted to see the whole thing, yeah. Do we want the whole thing or just the top three so we can look down here? But yeah, there it is. Three other. Um, Lurker gang, yeah. Lurking, hey, that's fine. I mean, if that's what you do. I assume most people lurk. You just want to hear the commentary or stop by, whatever. Ramaswamy might be hoping for a Trump administration position or maybe even VP. I think Trump will pick a female running mate. Yeah. My pick that I who I thought was most likely when I did my tier ranking, that was what about a month and a half ago. I had Tim Scott, as who I thought would be most likely for Trump, but it seems like people think Kristi Noem, they think Nikki Haley. It could be Ramaswamy. I'm not going to be having a lot of confidence at this point, but it's all possible. But if Trump picks Haley, I know a lot of people don't like Haley. That I think Tim Scott is a safer choice than Nikki Haley. I mean, there's the whole balancing the ticket type of thing, picking a female candidate. Yeah, I don't know. He didn't do it before when he picked Pence. Wow, Asa Hutchinson worse than everybody else. Okay. 2% in still. Let's get a big vote dump. So we're about 1 hour after the closing. Still only 2% of the vote in. Lots of time left. Hope the community polls, yeah, hope Take a look at those. Vote in them. Comment on them. Every 3 days, put them up on the community tab. Try to do what I can to interpret the results, provide some commentary. Maybe we'll do it again if there's people interested. Not a lot of people showed up for the beginning during the community poll results, but maybe there's interest. Okay, a little bit of a vote dump. Trump gained a little bit. Trump, 12 delegates now. He's got 12. All right. A lot of red counties. I guess by red, I mean the Trump counties. In the general election, these should all be solid red, except for a few of them. Maybe Iowa will hit 10 points in the general. That's a possibility. Up DeSantis now surges past Nikki Haley for second place. I don't know where he gained exactly. Ramaswamy not doing terrible in some of these counties. Let's see. Why does what have to be? I'm not sure what we're talking about. The parent, well, the personal detail stuff. Try to keep it mostly on the election coverage. So some stuff I probably don't want to get into, but it's all good if you want to mention whatever you want to mention. Let's see. These are not quick results. And it's unfortunate this is really the only thing we have to look at. I mean, I can pull up the past results, which I've done. Here's the primary calendar. If you want to see what's coming up next week, New Hampshire primary. Nevada, that's coming up after that. South Carolina, that's going to be possibly the end of the line for Nikki Haley. It's on the 24th. And then we've got Super Tuesday, March 5th. Maybe we'll do a stream for that. Maybe not. We'll see what happens. That day, we can at least look at a lot more than just one state. But that's your upcoming schedule. And here's 2016 again. If you want something else to look at besides the current map. Marco Rubio. He won Polk County. He got in third overall. Ted Cruz, remember him? He won the state. How about the Democrats? Hillary Clinton. Look at that. 49.9 to 49.6. Bernie won. Johnson, pretty huge. '2020. Here's 2020. Look at all this. Not much happening here. Trump with 97% 4 years ago. Bill Weld, Joe Walsh. Remember those guys? Right? Trump, slight gain. Somewhere in one of these counties. Okay, 32% in Keokuk. 38 in here. In Cedar, 38% in. Trump with 61. Maybe that'll be a bellwether. Ramaswamy, door-to-door campaign. Yeah, I think I might have heard that that's what he was doing. But still, he's overshadowed by Trump. There's just no question about it. Um, what are the chances Nikki Haley wins South Carolina if somehow she wins next in New Hampshire? Trump losing support in that vote dump. Um, well, last I checked, Haley was not really that close, even in her home state. If she somehow won in New Hampshire, of course, that's going to give her momentum. That's going to be a game changer. The media would run with that. Trump would be hitting her hard. That that would change things up. Could she then win in South Carolina? I guess, sure. At that point, anything is possible. But a lot would have to happen before that happens. This is a race for 2028. Yeah, you could look at it like that. You could. Is this so much tends to change in politics every 4 years and even every year? Some things stay the same, but it's hard to think that it's just going to be these people in 4 years. I would think we're going to have some of these people not on the map at all, and we're going to have other people that they're they're in the race. Okay, a little bit of a dump there. Trump gaining a half a point. And let's see. Who did I think would win the Democrat primary in 2020? Um, well, at the beginning, I assume we're talking about at the beginning of it. Not Biden, that's for sure. I don't think anybody thought that. But I thought probably thought Bernie had a reasonable chance of winning it, but that did not happen. Uh, you thought it would be Biden in 2020 for the nominee? Oh, wow. Beforehand? That's surprising because Biden, he did terrible the first two. I thought he didn't even get in fourth in New Hampshire, and then it all changed for South Carolina. Clyburn did the endorsement. Everything changed. Klobuchar drops. Buttigieg drops. Polk had 1% in, like, at the very beginning, and then they've done nothing for almost an hour. Maybe there's issues going on. I'm not checking the news. Maybe, maybe something's happening. Maybe there's really slow here. Yeah, Binkley, he's going to ride those 21 votes. Trump losing again there. It's got to be from one of these. Okay, now we've got Polk, 2%. Trump's still winning it. So there's really only two main storylines here. That is Trump going to stay over 50%, which it seems like he would. It's already been called for him right away. And then second place. Is it going to be Haley? Is it going to be DeSantis? Those are the main storylines. But once these counties come in here, all these rural counties, I'm imagining Trump is going to gain a few percentage points, as these are probably going to go for him by solid margins. Mayor Pete at the beginning. Yeah, there was a time where he was kind of the flavor of the month. Um, yeah, Iowa, it's just the beginning. Christie went down a vote. We'll have to run that one back. We'll see. Christie lost a vote, maybe. Okay. 3% in statewide. This is not as exciting. There was not a lot happening in the last election night where we had Kentucky, Mississippi, and some Virginia elections. There was a little bit to look at there. But this is one state, one primary, and Trump already clinched it. But there doesn't have to be a lot of action. The point is, it's a community hangout. This is something we might do on occasion, depending on how many people show up. I don't think there's a lot of demand for this Iowa caucus. Super Tuesday, maybe that'll have more people show up. But then again, maybe this thing will be already wrapped up. Maybe everybody will have dropped out by Super Tuesday, except for Trump. 10% in Johnson County. Not a lot. Remember when DeSantis had the lead there with less than 1% in? DeSantis still in second place. So you checked, Christie did actually lose a vote? Ooh, that's brutal. Maybe Christie will make an endorsement at some point. He's probably sitting back right now. Probably has himself a snack and a tasty beverage, and he's watching these results come in. I did have a community poll out also about, yeah, Chris Christie did that one. Covered a lot of people over the past year. And most of my poll results, a lot the people in question are fairly despised. Not a lot of people getting a lot of support. I think that's just the nature of politics, though, these days. People just don't like it. Caucus, yeah. Chris Christie might be lurking on this stream. If we're talking about Christie, that'd be great. But so far, everything looks fairly usual. Poll results are lining up. And there's not so many comments in the chat that I'm able to read almost all of them. That's a good thing and a bad thing. It's good for the audience, but bad if there's not a ton happening. So New York Times that's pretty much the place to go for election results. Maybe some people are doing CNN or CBS or whatever. I mean, I'm sure it's all eventually going to be the same thing. Christie, yeah, a bucket and a 2 liter. Could be. Uh, will anyone drop out tonight? That's a good question. Um, does tomorrow count? Because maybe this goes late and it's after midnight. People want to sleep on it. Maybe that happens. So if we're talking about that, yeah, I could see it happening. Maybe Asa. I don't know what Ramaswamy is going to do. I'm not sure. Is he going to just ride this thing? But he's not going to be in the debates, I don't think, unless he made them and I missed the update. But maybe Ramaswamy gets into the Ohio Senate race or something. I've always thought that was a kind of a dark horse kind of a pick. But somebody could drop out. But it's not going to be Trump, and it's not going to be Haley. Everyone else, there's a chance. There's a chance DeSantis says, okay, he's not going to do anything in New Hampshire. He didn't do anything in Iowa, maybe, and he calls it quits. It's a possibility. Yeah, Vivek, yeah. He's young enough though that we haven't heard the last of him. I don't know what the future holds for Vivek, but we'll see what he does. Diet Coke, okay. Hmm. So again, there's not much else to look at. Ted Cruz won this thing. There's a trivia question. Who won this thing 8 years ago? It's Ted Cruz. And back then, yeah, there was a lot of gang up on Trump. And, the establishment did not want him to get near that nomination. And he didn't even get a quarter of the vote in Iowa. And that did not stop him at all. He was able to power through that and eventually get the job done. Both sides were clearly contentious, very close, except for Martin O'Malley. He, remember him? He was there before Larry Hogan. He didn't even get 1%. Still, no update here. Christie with the diet. Yeah, he's a big guy. He's the Republican Pritzker, I guess. You could say that. Warren 2028. She's getting kind of old though. That's the thing. Doesn't mean she can't do it, especially with the ages of these people. But I think once people get beyond their mid 70s, they might not be looking for a presidential run anymore, but she could. 2016 is the last time that there was an interesting primary on both sides. Well, it was 8 years ago. It's not super long ago, but yeah, definitely competition back in 16. And it's about all we could do while we're waiting here. Talk about things from 8 years ago. Because back in 2020, not much to look at here. Trump did not hit 90% in Johnson County in 2020. There's your fun fact. They kept him under 90. Probably the only one. Well, 100%. Oh, 85.5 in Adams. Interesting. You find new things when you go look at the old maps. All right, what do we got? We got Trump. He took a hit here. He's down to 51. Where was the vote? I'm losing track of exactly where the dumps are coming in. Nothing in Scott County. We're up to 3 in Polk. That might be new. I think Trump was ahead in Polk last time. Now Haley, she passed him slightly. 20, 2016 feels like yesterday. Yeah, in some sense it does. Time goes by. I can't believe Trump is doing 3 straight elections. You got to go back 12 years ago to find one of these things without Trump in it. All right, I think there's something new over here. Trump went up slightly. February 6th. I don't think I'm going to do. The next thing I might do is Super Tuesday in early March, if that's what we're talking about. But again, it all depends. 11, 18 people. Okay, we're up to 18. Can we hit 20? 4% of the vote in. Yeah, if you just made it here, it's the thought that counts. Whether you only stop by for 5 minutes or you're going to sit here for the whole thing, it's all good. We're covering Iowa, and we covered the community poll results. If you were looking for the community poll results, the few of you that might be, that was at the beginning. You can watch the live replay after the fact, or you can probably just go back and watch it now if you'd like. But we're down to Iowa. We're doing a community stream. We're doing it live. New Hampshire, yeah, I don't know if I can get to that. It's possible. but I wanted to do this one. This one mostly worked out for me. I don't even know if Super Tuesday is gonna work. It's hard to predict things, but we're doing this, and then the election, the November election. That's the big one. Not sure about New Hampshire. I mean, again, if there was like 200 people in here saying do New Hampshire, we all want to see it. Like, please do New Hampshire. I think I'd go, well, okay, I'm gonna have to try to fit this in for sure. But go to the Iowa Capitol, protest big ace being put down by the establishment. I'm not even really. I mean, I guess Asa is he gets the brunt of all the like sad sack type of humor. He just had nothing going on in this thing, but he's still in it. He's trying. He's trying so hard. It's just not working out for Asa. 4% of the vote in. At this rate, this is going to take like all night, and maybe we'll get up to 20%. But they did call this thing for Trump right away with less than 1% of the vote in. Trump was over 60% super early. Now he's just over 51. DeSantis, second place, 21 and a half. Nikki Haley, just over 19%. And Ramaswamy down there at 7. Maybe there are some voting issues. Maybe the weather. Maybe there's something going on. Maybe I'm just not hearing about it. I'm pretty much just sticking to this. But it's exciting nonetheless. Even if there's nothing that happens in Iowa, we're getting the live commentary. Who doesn't love live commentary? It's not the easiest thing to do, but we're going to do it. Yeah, I get it. But yeah, Asa does get all those kinds of jokes. So this is it. This is the stream. This is Iowa Caucus 2024. It's amazing, isn't it? It's spectacular. This is what we all came here for. Should have sprinkled in the community polls while we were doing this. I didn't think the results would be this slow. All right, 48%. I think that's the most out of any county. 48% in Henry County. Trump 63. Haley and DeSantis tied at 17. Well, maybe some other regulars will stop by for the stream. There's always some regular viewers. There's already some in here. I know there's a bunch more. Semi-regular, maybe. But I get it. People are busy. We've all got our own schedules. Haley down to 57% chance of taking second. DeSantis, he's at 40. Yeah, look at how slow this has been. We got 4% of the vote in. Trump expected to get 52. All right. Yeah, I mean, I could put a poll out for that. If it's on the community tab, yeah. I mean, I could do that for the next poll. That is, if nobody drops out in the next day. Once in a while, I put a poll out and then something changes right after that, kind of ruins it. But it's a slow night, but trying to make it a little less slow, trying to keep it interesting. But this election is coming up. We're already in 2024. Been talking about it for years. It's going to be a crazy year. So much is going to happen between now and election day. Can't even begin to predict it all. But yeah, I'm guessing there's a lot of other streams up. Hopefully, this is the most soothing out of all of them. Maybe not. Maybe I'm the only one streaming. There's no other streams. This is the only one. And maybe Asa is going to win this thing. It's a possibility. Hmm. This is okay. Small vote dump. Trump went up 0.3%. Hopefully, we'll start getting some more of these counties in. Um, are people actually voting from Trump? The mugshot. Oh yeah, I do remember the mugshot. Yeah, and all the stuff on January 6th, it's all baggage that could come back to hurt him in a general election. I mean, I would imagine it's going to hurt him to some extent. We'll see what happens. Some people think Trump has no chance. Some people say Biden has no chance. I don't have that kind of confidence. I'm confident that both of them could win. Either of them could win right now. Just so much time left. Did they take off the delegates? They gave Trump He had some before. Now he's back to zero. That's odd. He definitely had more than zero. Oh well. Blame it on the cold. So cold these vote totals, they're stuck at zero. They can't move. Well, I hope everybody's checking out the latest videos on the channel. Got the one from Maine today. Had a Maine poll out recently. Somehow that thing was within 1 point at large. Trump had a huge lead in the second congressional district. Biden with a huge lead in the first. But both of them in the 30s. I don't think that's going to pan out, but it's Maine. We don't get a lot of polling from Maine. This is slow. This is a slow count. Not a lot I can do to make it extremely exciting. But can't sit here completely in silence. We're waiting on all the counties to come in. We're going to see if Chris Christie loses another vote. Does he get up to 10 by the end of the night? He should if there's only 4% in. And Binkley with the comeback. Yeah, I mean, we can have another storyline because there's not much happening here. Ryan Binkley, what's he going to get? Is he going to crack 1%? 4%, still at 4%, a whopping massive 4% of the vote. Can we get to 5? Maybe. If we get to 5, I'm going to say we should go for 6. Cold snap, cold episode in Midwest. School district canceled. Yeah, well, today I think was a holiday anyway, but um, yeah, I mean, if that's what they've got to do, if it's too cold to go to school, then I guess it is. But a lot of crazy weather out there, cold and snow, different places. It's tough out there. Wow, 4%. I didn't think there'd be much to look at in the last election when we only had 2 states plus Virginia. But we got through that just fine. Pretty much. Now we're just stuck on this. Unless it's just New York Times. I don't think it is because they're counting, but it's just very slow. About the Des Moines Register, what are they at? They are slightly ahead, actually. They have 4.77% of the vote in. Oh, and now New York Times has caught up. You're worried about something bad happening after the 2024 election, worse than January 6th because of polarization. Yeah, that's a concern, I think, for either side. I don't think either side is really going to accept what happens unless it's somehow a something relative to a landslide. But yeah, there's going to be a lot of unpleasantness, I would guess. Nobody wants to believe that the other side could have been elected. It's going to be unfathomable. And there's going to be excuses and rationalization. It's going to be all the usual stuff. It's going to be allegations of suppression and fraud. It's going to happen. Here we go. There's a dump. 2.8 for Trump. A lot of these rural counties seemingly just reported, and we're up to 26%. Now we're in business. Wow, that felt great, huh? So what are we looking at here? Okay, 95% in. Now we're getting somewhere. 61 for Trump, Cass County. Oh, here we go. Another dump. Okay, Trump just lost 1.5. Where's that? It's Johnson. Johnson's at 79 now. Look at that. Trump leading, but that's kind of a split vote. Trump is only getting 37 there. Haley, 33%, second place. Ron DeSantis still pulling in second. But the good thing is, I'm just happy we got some results. Like, it's a huge release. Trump losing again there. We've got some Scott County. We've got Trump with 49. Polk is at 16 now. Trump 41. Haley leading in Story. Trump ahead in Dallas, 39. I wonder how this would go with ranked choice just in this primary. That'd be interesting. But it looks like Trump is going to hit 50 anyway, probably. 36% of the vote. Geez, where did this come from all of a sudden? Flood of results, but no delegates anymore. Oh yeah, what happened with Binkley? Oh, he's at 0.6. I think he was at that last time. Oh, that was from before. Okay, let me get caught up here. Yeah, that was a big release. Felt good. Trump, yeah, Trump's still going to win. Probably. I mean, if they called it with less than 1%, I would assume they know what they're talking about. But I would also think that maybe they wait till 1% instead of less than 1%. $37% in now. So, estimated vote remaining. Let's see. Now DeSantis. DeSantis favored for second place now at 54%. Haley at 46. How about that? That would be embarrassing for Haley. She seemingly had momentum, but if she gets in third place here, what is she going to do? Go to New Hampshire and say, hey, everybody, I got third place in Iowa. Vote for me. But then again, hey, if Biden can become the nominee after doing very, very little in 2020, I guess anything's possible. So a good chunk of votes here in these counties now. We got 84. More than 95 in. Haley, only 9% there. So that looks like Trump territory, and the people who were soft on Trump went DeSantis there, not Haley. Ramaswamy hitting 10 in this county, a dare. Haley, not even on the map here. She couldn't even beat Ramaswamy. It could change, though. Here's another county with a ton of vote in, and I don't see Nikki Haley's name in Clayton County. Trump was 64 here. Trump leading in every county except Story County, which only has 6% of the vote in. Trump is actually in third there at an embarrassing 19%. Okay. Maybe we'll get another big vote dump at some point. But finally, a little bit of action, at least a few minutes ago. All right. I can see people not being too interested in this. I can understand that. This is just a primary. Everybody's already saying Trump is going to be the nominee, and it's one state. It's a Monday night. I can absolutely understand if there's other things people want to focus on. This is pretty much for the political fans out there, people really into what's happening. It's not the most exciting thing. Odds Jeb Bush gets into the race. Uh, I haven't looked at all the news today, but short of short of me missing something today, I'm saying that he is not going to be entering this race. It would be very low. But I don't think I'm telling you anything you didn't already know. Maybe we'll get a Liz Cheney, Jeb Bush ticket. How about that one? I mean that I don't know if Cheney's going to get in because some people really do want to not see Trump be the nominee again, and they might jump in to spoil it. It's possible. Okay. Still waiting on a lot of votes. 42,000 in so far. And last time we got only 32,000 in 2020. That was very minimally contested. But in 16, we got 186,000 votes. Um, what are the odds Manchin gets in? I don't know. I'd say it's unlikely, but I don't. I rarely say something is impossible or nearly impossible. You know, we've all been wrong from time to time on predicting politics. So Manchin, I'm not following him super closely, but seems unlikely. But maybe he's got something brewing behind the scenes. And then Cheney Bush ticket would get 0 votes. I don't think it would get zero. I think there is a faction that would want to prevent Trump from getting it, and they would vote for that. I think some would go for that, but not a lot. I mean, when Cheney lost her primary in the last election in Wyoming, she got some votes. I mean, she decisively lost, but there's always going to be fans of incumbents and the establishment. I mean, Bob Menendez is. I'm sure he'd get some votes. He's going to get votes if he actually runs. This is not the most exciting thing, but we're doing it. We're doing this stream. No matter how boring it is, no matter how little action there is, we're going to do it. Now, Trump back with 12 delegates. They're giving him 12. %39 of the vote. Can Trump win every county? I know, remember that was a question somebody had asked me at one point. And yeah, I think that's a possibility. You'd have to flip story right now. But again, with the three-way race plus Ramaswamy, Trump could do it. If he's doing it in Johnson, his odds are probably decent in Story. But still some vote out here in Johnson. Ton of vote out in Polk. So yeah, the again the calendar. We've got New Hampshire on the 23rd, Nevada, the primary and the caucus, because they're doing both for reasons. That's on the 6th and the 8th. And can't forget the Virgin Islands caucus. And South Carolina, 50 delegates there. Now we've got Michigan. Super Tuesday though. That's where the action is. Maybe this thing is over by then, or maybe it's not. Do I think Manchin will run with no labels? I think it's unlikely, but I can't say that it's so unlikely that there's no chance. Manchin, I think, should call it a career. He's he's had a respectable career. He's in his mid 70s. He's going on his late 70s. I think he should probably retire, but you never know. He might have something to prove still. Maybe he wants to spoil it so Trump doesn't win it. Or maybe he wants to spoil it so Biden doesn't win it. Maybe he thinks he could win it. It's hard to gauge people's motivations. But now we've given out some delegates to DeSantis and Haley. They've got 4 apiece. DeSantis, he's pulling in 20% of this popular vote. Haley is at 18.7. Trump with a significant lead at 52.8. DeSantis, 57% chance. Yeah. Perhaps Haley. I like that. Perhaps she might do it. Perhaps. And they got Binkley even on here. What happened to Asa? Wasn't he on here at some point? But yeah, I thought DeSantis would be more likely to get in second, at least up until last week. Then it seemed like people, the polls and people were saying, no, it's Haley is just, she's on the rise. She's getting second place. It's like, okay, maybe she's going to do it. But right now, it looks like she's not going to do it, but plenty of time still. You've tuned into the last stream, and on this stream, we'll try to do every stream in the future. Well, I appreciate that. I mean, is it maybe I get on here and do a stream and it's sudden and it's at an inopportune time. But for the most part, yeah, it would be at an obvious moment. Yeah, hopefully I'm still making videos and the channel's still booming. If it's not booming now, I don't know. That's up for debate. But I am interested in anybody that's been around for all 3 streams. This is the 3rd stream we've done. I did do one for the midterms in 2022. Not a lot of people showed up back then, but I was there doing a stream. You can watch the live replay on the channel if you're that much of a fan. A few people showed up, but that was an interesting stream. And then a couple months ago, that was a good stream. Mansion in the middle for political age. Yeah, I know you can make a case for that. That this guy is not that old. Mid-70s. That's young. Okay, small amount of vote here, not much changed. This is your first stream of the 3, and this is your first time watching the channel, so you've never watched any of the videos. I've put up 800 videos. I think I just hit 800. So that's stunning. I would love to know more. How did you find this? What about all the other content? Why are you here? What's keeping you here? Dick Cheney, Jeb Bush. Cheney is still around. And so is Jeb. If there was no Trump in 2016, I don't know. Then Bush might have had a chance. Okay, scrolling through the results. Still got a decent amount of these 99 counties that have yet to report anything. DeSantis has a 57% chance for second place. Those two are sweating it out. But either way, are they going to come out and give a speech and say, the people of Iowa have spoken? We got 20% of the vote. I don't know how much power that has. There's not a lot of weight to that. Second place, and you're going to get 20% of the vote. And I wonder if, I'm assuming Trump is going to give a speech. Maybe he's already doing it. I don't know. Knowing Trump, he'd come out and say this thing is over with less than 1% of the vote in. But I don't know if he's doing it. But either way, snowed in Arizona before it snowed in southern Delaware. Okay. I mean, in Arizona, I know there are places where high altitude, it could snow easier. So it all depends on how much we're talking about and what location. But you looked up Iowa Caucus live streams. I was looking for a smaller channel that wasn't a major news source, and I found yours. Well, that's a great story. I do like hearing how people got here. So that's great. Smaller channel, yeah. For now, maybe in a couple years, this thing will be so massive. But that's I were there a lot of other channels? I mean, I'm sure there were other options of small channels. And I put out I 800 videos. Will you take a look at those possibly? Maybe there's one or two of those 800 that you might be interested in. And we're still sitting on 39% of the vote. With that big vote dump like 20 minutes ago, whatever it was. And now we're back to kind of a drought. And also, what do you think of the stream? Now that this is the first thing you've ever come across, I'm assuming almost everybody else has watched some of my videos. I put one out every day. Sometimes sometimes there's two. Covered everything over the last nearly 2 years. So a lot of political content out there. Some people probably not big fans, but that's going to be with anybody. It's fine. But yeah, super exciting. Well, thanks for the subscribe. That is much appreciated. You're going to check out some of the content. Sounds good. Ton of videos, ton of variety. Not sure exactly what kind of content you enjoy the most, but there's several different kinds of videos. Um, Donald Rumsfeld versus Hillary Clinton. Oof. That'd be. I'd have to think Hillary's going to win that one. Call the governor of Iowa. Get her to stop the establishment taking votes from big eights. If only I had her on speed dial. That DeSantis endorsement from Reynolds. Ron is going to brag about that. He's going to be able to say that put him into second place if he's able to win it. But either way, I would expect Reynolds to come out and endorse Trump anyway by election day. But then again, I will give her credit on actually doing an endorsement. So many times these politicians in office, they decline to endorse. Chuck Grassley, Joni Ernst. It's like, yeah, I get it. You don't want to rock the boat, but eh, endorsements are kind of, they don't, I'm not saying they matter a ton, but declining to endorse is always anticlimactic. And so what if you endorse and they don't win? I don't think it's a big deal. All right, we've hit kind of a lull here in the vote count again. Not much going on. Trump is estimated at 51%, which is, if that panned out, that's a little lower here. Not much, though. In the Real Clear Politics average, he's at 52.5. So that's not far off. So far, the polling is kind of panning out again, except for DeSantis and Haley, a couple of points off, but not a lot. $39%. Can we get a little bit more? Can we hit 40? Want to see some more out of Polk and Story. I want to see if Trump can win all the counties. Uh, do I think Taylor Swift will run for president in the future? Not particularly. I don't really think that. But I'm not exactly sure what her ambitions are outside of her music career. She might do a Biden concert or something like that. But it's always interesting when celebrities do run for office. Changes everything. Almost had Matthew McConaughey running for Texas governor last time. Remember that one? Let's see. Decent amount of Republican governors endorsed someone. Ones who didn't are from closer states. Yeah, that's the thing. The closer states, that's where the action is. It's no fun only endorsing when it has little impact or there's a low chance you'll have any blowback or be wrong. Feel another big dump coming on. That's so we're talking about the votes. I would hope so. Taylor Swift ran for president, country would be a laughing stock. Well, yeah, but I don't know. There's fans. She'd have to put out a platform, and who knows what would happen. And that's the thing. A lot of people think anybody would be a laughing stock. People think that it's a laughing stock if Biden wins or if Trump wins. Everybody thinks that about somebody. So I get it. Just here to call the results, trying to pass the time. And we're still sitting here. Let's go back to Des Moines Register. They got anything? They're at 40.19%. So they're barely ahead. Okay, now the percentage has gone down to 38, if that makes sense. And Haley up in Polk County with the same 3% in. So Trump losing another county, but DeSantis still sitting at 20. I wonder what's going to happen next. Well, we got 19 likes on the stream. Anybody that hasn't liked it, be sure to like it. Go ahead and subscribe if you'd like. Gotten zero super chats on this one. But the channel, it's expanding slowly. But we're getting it up. Over 1,700 subs now. Iowa Caucus, not the most exciting thing to watch. But again, it's not only about Iowa. It's the community experience in real time. Now you know Christie lost more votes. Yeah, that does seem to make a little more sense now. Yeah, there's not a whole ton of Delaware in this one. You know that there was a lot of that in the last one. That was a surprise. I was trying to address all of it too at the time, even though there's a lot more action happening. So, several counties still with zero. Love your channel. Well, thank you, Ethan King. Thanks for stopping by. Did you just show up? Were you lurking the whole time? How long you been watching? How many of the videos do you watch? I gotta know. Tell me everything. As long as Asa beats Christie, well, looks like that's gonna happen. I know Christie has elicited a lot of negative reaction. More than I would even expect. Oh, wow. No big vote dumps. Not in a while. Not sure what else to pull up here. Polk County. I mean, that's where people, there's a lot of people there, but we're only at 3%. Just showed up. Okay. You mean to the stream, but you love the channel due to the previous content. You've been watching a lot of videos for a long time, or maybe just in the last week, maybe watching for 6, 7 months, maybe a year. Long time subscriber. Keep up the good work. Thanks. Thanks a lot. Yeah, that Reuven. Is it Reuven Goldstein? Yeah, I don't recognize your name, but thanks for the compliment. Long time subscriber. I wonder what that means at this point. I maybe over a year. I guess there's a few people have been around for since like the first couple months. Okay. A half of this stream, Delaware or Christie instead of Delaware. Yeah, Christie did just drop out. I mean, he's making the rounds in the news cycle. Few videos for a few months. Okay. Hey, whatever does it for you, you know? That's good. And you made it for the stream. Out of all the channels, you pick this one. At least for a couple minutes. Approaching a year. Okay. Yeah, at this point, a year is starting to get to be a little while. The first 10 or 20 subscribers, those are, I wonder what where those people are. I think I know a couple of them, but those are the people that really got it going a little bit. But it's tough. A lot of other channels out there. So, got to compete in some way. So, we're doing a stream. And we're stuck on 38%. And we were actually at 39 at one point. How about Des Moines Register? Did they go down at all? No, they're at 40.19 still. They got Trump at 53.3, and that's the same. It's the same number of votes. I guess the percentage is just possibly off. My prediction for second place, I mean, it's hard to ignore down here where 57% say it's DeSantis for second place. But again, I last week I was saying I thought DeSantis would be more likely to get in second. Since then, the polls have maybe shown Haley taken over second place, but I thought since she made the comment about New Hampshire correcting whatever Iowa does or whatever the comment was, I thought DeSantis would be more likely to get in second. But it looks like it's going to be super close either way. But if I had to pick, well, now I'd have to pick DeSantis, but I would have picked him a week ago. Oh, you're also a year. That's great. I admit I didn't initially subscribe, but I've watched every vid for about 8. Really? If you commented, there's a lot of comments. I can't remember everybody's name. The people who comment frequently, I will remember those, but it's not something I'm going to be able to remember dozens and dozens, if not hundreds of names. Some people are one-off commenters, but you've watched every vid. That's impressive. Like the whole thing, or I always like feedback about people's habits with the channel. Hey, we got to talk about something while we're sitting here at 38% of the vote. Okay, you've been in since 700. Yeah, that's 700. Yeah, that was earlier last year. February, March, somewhere around there. California Republican that has never voted GOP for president due to strong ideological disagreements, foreign policy, immigration, NASA, climate change, etc. Interesting. Interesting. I'm not sure in which way you disagree exactly and why you would disagree so much, but not vote Democrat. But you've been in since 1.74. That would be today. And are you going to stay in it? What is it? What would it take for you to leave? That's the question. What would it take for you to unsubscribe? Or that's the question. Are you in it for the long haul? Some people subscribe to any channel. They've got thousands of subscriptions, and some people are really tough to get to subscribe. Okay, now we've gone down to 20% of the vote somehow. So maybe it was always inaccurate. I don't even know what happened with the vote now. We've lost vote in Polk. All right, this is really all over the place. What's Des Moines Register doing? They're at 43.8. All right, I'm going to have to just wait and let this correct itself. Now Haley is way back in for second place. Okay. Wow. Yeah, look at this timeline. It jumps up here, and now it goes down. Oh, this is. Hey, at least it's something exciting. I wonder what's going to happen next. Maybe we'll just go all the way down to 0. Non-interventionist, compassionate conservatives, no deportations, path to citizenship for most, manned missions to Mars, mix of green and conservative plan policies. Well, then that's interesting. So you don't find the Democrats appealing at all, then, or at least not enough. With Trump down to 50.6, by the way, as we're up to 28%. Um, and either way, you've been sticking with this channel, and there's different views on this channel all over the place. It's certainly in the comments. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure with almost anybody, I would agree with a few things on, and I would pretty much disagree with them on a few things. That's why I don't often talk specific issues in policy. Some things there's passions on, but for the most part, I'm most interested in just following the elections. But once in a while, if you've watched the channel for a while, there's some issues that I have some views on. This is wild. Now we're back up to 32. Like now it looks like Haley is going to take second, even though we've really gone all over the place here. Now Trump He's back in the lead in Polk. And Trump's expected vote now, he's getting close to 50. He could get under 50 in theory if this keeps panning out. He's in range. He can't lose, but he could get under 50. Yeah, Iowa starts it, New Hampshire corrects it. Yeah, I was close, but yeah. The point is, though, yeah, I would think that would be enough for DeSantis to get in second, but again, it's all anything. Anything could happen. 99% opposed to Trump, 95 to Biden, 90% to the generic GOP. Interesting. So that would probably be politically homeless, disaffected, possibly low propensity type of voter, unless you do vote third party or write in. But either way, somehow all that has added up to you enjoying this channel, liking the videos. Maybe you've disagreed with some of the videos. That's fine. Who wouldn't, right? But you've enjoyed enough of whatever is on here to keep coming back time and time again. Enjoy the channel. It's almost all neutral and just objective analysis. For the most part, yeah. For the most part. Of course, I've got some stronger opinions, some less strong opinions. Sometimes they get brought up in certain videos, and there's going to be some slant, of course, sometimes. But yeah, I do mostly enjoy just doing the covering what's happening. But some people, it it's hard to make these videos because you put out one video that has one poll or one result, and people automatically come in and say, well, this is completely biased. And it's like, well, just because of that? What about all the other videos that show the other thing happening? You're never going to win when you've got a channel that covers anything controversial. Okay, now we're getting a little more voted. Now we're up to 77. So I don't know what was going on a moment ago, but Trump is now at 51.3. He's at 91% in Polk County is in. He's at 37, 27 each for DeSantis and Haley. Story is only at 6. We want to see if Trump can pick that county up. Johnson, Trump leading. All these other counties, Trump leading. The darker ones, I guess, are the ones, yeah, he has 60% of the vote. The lighter red, he is in the 50s. I'm not seeing any 70s. The super light ones, that's under 50. Twelve people. 12 people on the stream. All right. Why do you think Nikki Haley? Who do you think Nikki Haley went to bed with? Chris Christie, Boeing, or both? That's a politically charged type of question. That would damage the unbiased theme of the channel. But yeah, I mean, I leave that stuff to you guys. Throwing in the commentary, the jabs at all the candidates. That's fine. It's politics. You're gonna hate people. Some of them, or some people will. I should put it that way. That was a massive dump. Try to stay as objective as possible. Yeah, that's what I try to do, at least with covering the election results. It's completely easy to be objective about what the numbers are in front of you for an election. And that's the most fun thing. That's what's actually happening. Now, the reasons for all these things, yeah, that's where the subjectivity is going to come in. But just calling elections, that's, it's not easy to sit here and call this, but it's easy to be objective. Oh, is DeSantis? Yeah, we got to take a look at that now. He's at 90. Okay. So that thing like 10 minutes ago, maybe that was New York Times just completely, maybe somebody like hacked in or something, because that made no sense. I don't know what the other sites were doing, but Des Moines Register did not do that. So it looks like DeSantis, he's going to be, I don't know, is he going to be popping champagne over this? And then Haley, she's going to just act like it didn't happen. She's going to just blow it off if she does not get in second. But I guess that's what anybody would do. And but meanwhile, Trump, I mean, as long as he stays over 50, he's going to be riding high. The deep dive videos on state races, like governorships and state legislature, yeah, those are those are some good videos. Those usually don't get a whole ton of views. And I did a lot more of them. I did covered almost everything before the midterms, but that was over a year ago. I did cover the ones a couple months ago, but the deep dives, I probably do more of those, but they do take some effort. And I don't know, the views, the likes, the view time, all the metrics, probably not as strong for the effort, but I do like doing the deep dives because I know a lot of people don't follow politics extremely closely. They might want to just hear about what's going on in a race. So the deep dive, that'll tell you what's happening. This is the worst crop of GOP candidates we've ever seen. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure there's a few people that think this is a great crop. Some people are big fans of one of these candidates, maybe a couple. But yeah, I'm usually able to understand why people at least like or don't like each side, I guess. I can separate out my own views from commenting on what I think other people think, at least broadly speaking. Voters are complex. Sometimes it doesn't make sense. There's another vote dump. Trump up slightly, ticks up to 51.6. Oh, here's a note here. Our estimates were briefly incorrect around 10:25 p.m. due to errors in precinct level results from the Iowa GOP. Ooh, about that? Yeah, they dropped the ball. New York Times dropping the ball for a bit. Hopefully that doesn't happen in the general election. Would like to get the results on election day, if possible. If Nikki Haley didn't screw over her own residents for Boeing, more neutrals to Nikki Haley. Are they holding that against her? Are some of these specific states on the ground floor? I'm not sure what's motivating some of these people in a primary, in a crowded field, but I'm here to cover the results at a minimum. Trump sitting at 51.6. DeSantis, he's got a 2 point lead, 2.2 over Haley. Ramaswamy at 7.7. Asa Hutchinson, he's up to 2/10 now. Will Vivek do well enough to get a delegate? I don't know what the minimum threshold is, but I thought prior to this, I thought he would, given it's proportional, and he's over 7. Just dropped in. Hey, thanks for showing up. Can't believe Hutchinson is not at 100,000 yet. Yeah, I know, that's a stunner. Thought the polls were going to be way off, way underestimating him. Will be interesting to see over the next few months how many people fall in line, how many will leave for third parties. That's true. How many people are going to make a change and shake things up? What's going to happen with Kennedy and Jill Stein, libertarians, no labels? There's no way to feel good about making a call at this point. Now Trump is down to 50.9. Still got nothing in Franklin County and Jefferson County. Look at this. Look at this. Muscatine County. Nikki Haley, 100% of the vote with 2% in, but still, just for a moment, Nikki Haley can enjoy unanimous support. Asa endorses Binkley. Hello? Jeb. Yeah, Jeb Bush. Maybe he can get a write-in. Okay. And we're at DeSantis. Greater than 95% chance Ron DeSantis gets second place. It's very likely, according to the New York Times Needle. %84 of the vote in. Trump in the story, yeah? Okay, there we go. No, all of a sudden we got huge vote total in. Yeah, this was really haphazard, the vote counting in this. But yeah, Story County going to Trump. And, okay. Now, still got a couple Haley counties with 100%. I imagine that's going to flip and go to Trump. But he's getting under 51 still. At 80 votes for Jeb, yeah. That's the fun fact. Well, will Haley do in New Hampshire? It seems like she's given Trump somewhat of a run for his money. That's the narrative. I mean, he's going to have more of a challenge there than here. But then at the same time, if Haley is only getting in third place, she doesn't have a lot of credibility going into New Hampshire. But even if somehow Haley did win in New Hampshire, it's unlikely, but it's not completely out of the question. It could happen. There's still a little bit of time. There's going to be a couple debates. You got to prepare for these different outcomes. I still don't think that's going to really change the race dramatically. I mean, again, look at Biden in 2020. He didn't do anything in New Hampshire. And that didn't matter at all. Now, every race is different, but still. Yeah, Asa Hutchinson, he's pretty much a meme. But 85% of the vote in, and Trump leading in every county. But he's not as dominant as we might have thought. We maybe he might have hit 60. That was a possibility. I have that community poll out. He's not hitting 60. He's not even hitting 55. But I don't think he cares. I think he's beaten everybody else, even if he was under 50, but he's probably going to be over 50. And he's going to head to New Hampshire. I'm sure he's going to hit Haley with ads, whatever he's got to do. He doesn't want to see her getting close. Here's a 70% county. Trump was 70 in Monona. Is that the. Oh, here we go. He got 72 in Jackson. So he's hit 70 rarely. And 86%. Can we get 90? All right. Have a great night. Thanks for showing up. Have I heard Trump is not on the ballot in Nevada because of the paperwork deadlines? Well, if we look at the calendar, they're doing the primary and the caucus. Haley is not going to be in the caucus, and that's where the delegates are. If there's new, I wasn't able to follow a lot of news today, but I'm sure it'll all work out. I was hearing there were ballot qualifications, signature verifications in Rhode Island the other day. Somebody was saying that in the comments. In a caucus for Harold States. Wow, I haven't heard that name in a while. 10th time the charm. That's a name drop. I think Ace has been mentioned more than Trump almost. So we're going to keep it going. I don't know how long we're going to go, but it's not as popular as the election stream from a couple months ago. 14 people. 14. 14 true fans. Oh. So we're still wondering, what's Trump going to finish with? He's projected to get 51, but he could get 49 to 52. And then it looks like it's a done deal. DeSantis, second place. So while we're waiting for more results, I'm going to take About a 1 minute break. So pause for just a moment. All right. Looks like nothing happened. I'm not too surprised. Okay. There's still a vote left to be counted. All right, but they're giving DeSantis 95 plus on taking second. Okay, we knew that already. Where are we waiting on vote from? Dubuque County, there should be some vote there, some population. Wow, Polk County went from like no vote to being done almost. Cerro Gordo County. Always interesting to take a look at some of these counties. How about the precinct map? How about that? This could be something to look at for a moment. Okay, this is kind of a heat map, but there's just a lot. It's so much that's blank. Got some breakdown here. Trump support. We've got income, we've got education. Interesting. Always nice to get some breakdown. But I think they're missing a lot of precincts, and this is a crowded field. So Trump's lead is plus 44 in lower income areas, and it's only 8.3 in higher income areas. Okay, well, that's kind of what we expect. Trump doing better with less education. But in urban areas, he's plus 40. That's more than suburban and rural. But again, there's not a lot of the map filled in here. They're missing like a ton of the precincts. So this is not really that useful yet. county map. That's where it's at. We're up to 89. Trump has ticked up slightly to 51.1. Hello? Liam Pena? Pena? We'll just say Liam. Thanks for stopping by. Trump now ticks down to 50.9. 91% of the vote in. So where is it outstanding? It's kind of scattered all over the place still. Okay, now Trump's back up to 51. So it looks like, yeah, Trump definitely didn't hit 60. He definitely didn't hit 55. So a little bit of a subdued support for Trump. Now, maybe that's because of the weather. Maybe it's not. I don't know if we're ever going to know. Am I surprised Ryan Binkley's doing so well? With point 0.8, I guess, relatively speaking, maybe that's well. In a sense, you could say there's a little bit of surprise, although I haven't really followed Binkley much. Considering that he has a lot more than Asa Hutchinson and Chris Christie. That's something. 90%. Well, Trump's support, it's a little bit more reduced, but he was at 50, 52.5 in the aggregate. If he gets 51, that's a very small underperformance. It's not significant. But DeSantis was at about 16. Haley was at about 19. And Haley is at 19. And DeSantis, he had some support that was not counted, at least in the recent aggregate polling. So we're waiting on the last bit of vote here. It could come in shortly, it could take a while. But either way, the stream is up, it's running, we're doing it live. Do I think DeSantis drops out? Well, not after him getting in second. I mean, because he basically did the best he could do. I don't know where he goes from here. That's the thing. But if he was going to drop out, I would think this would lower his chances of dropping out. If he actually gets in second, beats Haley, he's going to at least have a little bit of a case to say he's the alternate to Trump. And Haley, that's going to be a little humbling for Nikki Haley. She was looking like she was surging, but 19%, third place. It's not exactly a surge. But then again, a few months ago, it looked like she had nothing going on. All right. So, I mean, apologies on the lack of excitement or things to look at, but 91%, we got a small vote dump. Trump at 51. DeSantis 21.3. Nikki Haley still at 19. So kind of a mixed result here for Trump. He did hit 60% in a lot of these counties, but he didn't really totally dominate. He didn't get 70 to 80% in a lot of the red counties. I mean, they're going to come out for him, I assume, in the general election. But there was enough dissenting vote for Trump to where it was not as much of a landslide. But for those of you that are still here, hey, what other place would you want to be than right here? You don't have to answer that. So yeah, New Hampshire is coming up, and New Hampshire, it's going to be more or less the same thing. There might be more excitement. Maybe the results come in quicker, but there's only going to be one state to watch. It's not that exciting with one state. Nothing in Jefferson County. Okay, looks like there was another admission of a technical error here from the New York Times. All right, a little bit of vote here. Trump now loses 1/10 of 1%. He's down to 50.9. A little bit more. Jefferson County, they want to make us wait. DeSantis did better than I thought. Yeah, looks like he outperformed the polls by a little bit. Who knows how much of a factor the weather is? I know Trump was encouraging people to go out even if they were sick, something like that. But he's over 50, which again, if you go back 2016, he only got 24%. He got 24%. And obviously now if he got 24, that would look completely embarrassing. But back then he got in second place, 24%. He won counties, but Ted Cruz won the state. Marco Rubio was right behind him. So that's what happened back then. He got 7 delegates. But we all know what happened. Okay, they say that Trump is on track to win all 99 of Iowa's counties. That's what I was just looking at. 2016, he won just 37. Of course, he was not an incumbent then, and he's not now technically either, but he's a lot more of an incumbent than he was back then. So I wonder what's happening if Trump has made his speech, if Haley put out a statement, not really following what's happening on the social media. Maybe it's all happened already. Maybe I've completely missed it, but they did call this thing with less than 1% of the vote in. It's getting slow here. It's getting quiet. It's getting slow. The chat has slowed down. Maybe people are calling it a night. It's getting late. It's a possibility. So I wonder how Trump's going to take this result. He's probably going to claim total victory. I wonder what DeSantis is going to do. What is he going to do from here? Is he immediately going to take a bus ticket to New Hampshire? He's going to try to use this into some sort of momentum. And then Nikki Haley, she's going to hope she can get bailed out in New Hampshire. Not enough Delaware. That state doesn't get talked about all that much, but and not a ton of people showed up, but it's great for those of you that did show up. It's a Monday night for just a Republican caucus in one state. Hopefully, the commentary helped you get through this stream. Yeah, there was a lot of Asa jokes. I wonder how long it's going to take for, well, anybody, but probably Trump to pick a running mate. And maybe Haley tries to pick a running mate as well. Maybe she picks Chris Sununu. Well, yeah, I hope you're having fun. Hope you enjoyed it, at least somewhat. Great stream. Well, I know other streams, other channels, even the last stream I did, there was a lot more happening. But yeah, if you're still enjoying it, that's good. Trump says he already has. I assume he has. Are we talking about made a decision for vice president for a running mate? Who do I think Trump will pick for VP? Well, my pick, I mentioned this earlier, but my pick in the video I did a tier ranking like a month and a half ago. I had Tim Scott at the highest tier. That's what I think is most likely. But am I confident of that? Not really. You got to pick somebody. I thought Tim Scott was a good enough balance. He checked enough of whatever boxes I would think Trump might want to check. I think he's palatable enough with the establishment. That's who I thought he would pick. He might, but he also might want to pick Kristi Noem, maybe Nikki Haley, maybe Vivek Ramaswamy, maybe somebody else, maybe Elise Stefanik. It's all possible. But if I had to pick, I'd say Tim Scott. I think that would be a safe choice. I also thought Joni Ernst would be a reasonable pick, but doesn't sound like she's really in the running. So yeah, the running mate. I remember when it was Ted Cruz picked Carly Fiorina briefly for his running mate. Remember that one? Cruz Fiorina? That was interesting. They made all the signs and everything. It was kind of a last ditch attempt to stop Trump back then. And I don't think that went anywhere, but you never know what somebody's going to do. But I don't know if Trump's going to pick somebody completely. I would think he would have to balance it out. He'd have to do somebody. He wouldn't have to, but I would think he's more likely to pick somebody more with the establishment ties. If he goes full blown, like Ramaswamy or somebody like Robert F. Kennedy Jr., I don't know. I think, yeah, that could be a winning formula. I mean, but I would think they'd be too polarizing, and too anti-establishment for the general electorate. He'd have to deal with all kinds of terrible coverage. But I don't know. Maybe that would ignite a lot of voters. Got to keep the options open. Yeah, Jefferson County, they are really dragging their feet on this thing. Let's see what happened last time. Jefferson County, 8 years ago, Cruz won it. But in 2020, Trump, 98.9% of the vote. Yeah, Vivek, I don't think he'll pick him either, but he offers nothing to the ticket. Yeah, he offers the anti-establishment, the populist direction, and that's a lot of the Trump vibe, and I think that's probably too much, and he would want to balance it out. But again, he might do something unexpected. I didn't think he would pick Mike Pence as his running mate. That to me did not seem like what he would do. I mean, there's always surprises. I mean, Obama picking Biden, McCain picking Palin. I mean, these are all things that, we're all used to it now, but it, it's tough to say what people are going to do. Usually there's a surprise for the running mate, or somewhat of a surprise. Chat glitching. I Sorry about that. I don't think I can do anything about that. Possibly refresh, but maybe they're having a New York Times moment where they're having a complete glitch on the vote count. This was an unsatisfying vote tally. We're sitting on 1% and 2%, 3% forever. Then it went up a ton, and then it dropped off, then it went up a ton. That's not how I like it. I want it to go up continuously. but it is what it is. Okay, you fixed it. Congrats. Good to hear. What do you think Trump's 2024 strategies should be? Well, by that question, I think you mean what do I think he thinks he should do, which could be different than what I might think he should do, but what I think he thinks he should do. I mean, he's got some layups. Most of the issues favor the Republicans if you look at the polls. The economy, the inflation, those are key issues. So he's got that in the bag. All he has to do is say, hey, remember when I was in office, the economy and the gas prices and all that money you had in your bank account, that's that's easy. He's going to talk about immigration. That was always one of Trump's key issues, and he's got a lot of material there to talk about. And he's going to have to actually probably present himself as somebody who is going to do more swamp draining. I mean, he's probably already doing that, but again, the general election, who knows how people are going to change their strategies. But I think there was some unsatisfaction with how much swamp draining he did last time. So he's going to have some credibility issues there, but and he's going to have to. He's got a lot of baggage. A lot of voters are going to come out to vote purely against him, no matter what, no matter how bad the economy is. They don't like the antics. They don't like the criminal stuff, the trials. And other voters are going to say that he's politically persecuted, and they're going to come out no matter what and support him. That's just what's going to happen. But Trump has some options. Most of the issues favor him, not abortion. That's the main one. Maybe there's a couple of issues, but the economy could change by the time election day rolls around. But he's going to hit the economy pretty hard. Um, would Wisconsin vote more Republican than Arizona in the 2024 election? Um, Probably. It all depends on how much the border is an issue in Arizona. I mean, you might think that that's a key issue in that state and that they would vote against the party in power with that dissatisfaction. But the trends are toward the Democrats, and Trump didn't win it last time. Wisconsin might be trending the other way toward the Republicans. There's more vote there for Trump to gain in. I would think Wisconsin would be toward to the right of Arizona if I had to pick. Binkley doing better than Asa. Yeah, he's having a good night. You miss having money. I know that's kind of key. Even if the economy turns around, a lot of voters are going to say they lost hundreds or thousands of dollars under Biden. They could say some of that's going to be unfair, but that's what it is. Now, maybe that would have happened anyway under Trump. Nobody can say otherwise, but or nobody can know for sure. But Trump has the luxury of not being in office during the inflation and all that and all everything related to the prices of everything. Supposedly Vivek is dropping out. Is that can anybody confirm that? I could look, but it's more fun getting confirmation in the chat. Do you think Jefferson County voted for Big Asa? And the establishment didn't like that. I mean, to keep it into entertaining, I could say yeah, but I mean, I think they just suck at counting the vote. Unless New York Times is glitching again, but although I think it was the same on Des Moines Register. Uh, what percent of the black vote do you think he would get? We're talking about Trump, and are we talking about nationally? I That's tough. I he There's all the talk about 20%. Could he hit 20%? I don't know. I mean, he could gain a couple more points there. I mean, if you're into the racial breakdowns, maybe he does tick up a couple more points. Maybe it does tick up. But then the other problem is with the third party vote. If we got Kennedy in there, if we've got Cornel West, if we've got no labels, maybe it's hard to say. But Trump could do a little bit better there, I guess. I don't know if I think 20% probably sounds a little bit too lofty. Trump is love in Iowa. Andy, regular commenter. Um, Trump's having a good night there. Source, trust me, bro. Yeah, that's the source. You can't really question that too much. Nixon Long, not sure what we're talking about on some of this stuff, but what are we at? 94% in? Jefferson County. If you predicted Jefferson was going to be the last county to get any votes in, wow, I, you get full credit. Go out and buy a lottery ticket after that one, because for some reason, some random county is holding it up. Hmm. But did So it's not confirmed Vivek dropped out then. So that was complete hype. It sounds like Kennedy. Yeah, I'm sure he is. He still running? I haven't heard about him in a few days. Is he struggling to get ballot access? I'm sure. I kind of would like to jump ahead like 4 or 5 months and actually then see what's going on for real in this thing. Like, who's actually in this race to win it? What's going on with ballot access? What's going on with the trials? What's the economy like? It's going to be a lot easier to have some sense of it in April, May. Now, April and May is not October. A lot could change from May to October, but I mean, if you're in January, I mean, a lot of people saw the polls with Trump ahead in December and this month, and they were saying, well, this thing is in the bag for Trump. But how can that be? It's only January. Maybe if the election were right now, I could see it. I could see Trump winning if the election were, 3 or 4 weeks ago. 69% of the time. Sounds good. Okay. Press conference. He should do it in Jefferson County. He should get on some sort of bus, take an Uber, whatever, get to Jefferson, give that speech, do the press conference, whatever. Do it in Jefferson. And then what is he going to do? That's the question. Vivek made a splash. It seemed like he was going to rise in the polls after the first debate. People never even heard of this guy. He's young. He had tons of energy. He's pro-Trump. But ultimately, he really did not gain any traction. Maybe he was too pro-Trump. But what does he do from here? Does he just go back to the private sector? Does he run for the U.S. Senate in Ohio? That would be interesting. If he got into that Senate race, he might even be able to win that nomination. That would be interesting. Or maybe he tries to become the running mate. Maybe he does something in the future. I'm sure we haven't heard the last of Ramaswamy. Maybe he runs for governor after Mike DeWine is term limited. If DeSantis got over 25%, could it help him in later primaries or split the Trump vote in New Hampshire? Probably, but not enough. I mean, he's getting 21% here. I mean, that is, and we do have two debates. That's the thing. The debates, they could change things a little bit, not a ton. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe some of the donors, maybe some endorsements are going to head towards DeSantis now because he got in second place. I mean, it's not that much bragging rights. But that's if he got, and that's if he got 25%. Perot versus Nader. You know, I know you have a lot of these suggestions on the hypotheticals. They're tough. I can't do every suggestion. I don't want to do the ones where I'm just making it all up. I want to have some confidence, and I want it to be somewhat realistic and entertaining, but I know I made so many of those videos. Oh, we got Jefferson in. It just came in. 70% for Trump. We're at 95%. Trump's at 51. That's kind of everything. Well, it just goes to show whatever the meter said going in, the needle, it didn't pan out. Haley had the advantage, but she flopped according to the needle. So delegate wise, still got some delegates to hand out. Trump at 16, Ron and Nikki banking 4. But Jefferson is only 27% in. So they finally get in, but they only get in a little. Didn't Ralph Nader endorse Biden this time? I'm not totally up on my endorsements, but I thought that happened, which is interesting. Nikki did not get the turnout in the cold. Yeah, hey, I wonder, are people talking about the cold? Is anybody using that as an excuse yet? Nothing to see on the Democrat side. Biden canceling most funding to Georgia. You're talking about in the general election? I mean, that's the only thing that would matter. Because I didn't even really hear about that. Well, okay, if he canceled it in the general, but it's only January. What was he? Was he going to put out a few ads, do some ad buys in the winter? I mean, for the general election, I'm sure he's in. I mean, he's got to be in for sure on Georgia. But if he pulled out now in the middle of the winter, I don't know. I guess it's probably not a big deal. I don't know how much he's really going to save. Um, it wouldn't turn out in 55-degree weather. Oof, yeah, that's rough then. DeSantis failed to win any county. Yeah, that's true. What was his best county? Um, it's like 31, 31 in Sioux County, maybe. Oh well, Rhonda Grassley. I didn't even see that a second ago. So Vivek has endorsed Trump. It's unconfirmed by me, but I can believe it. Who else is he going to endorse? The recent polls in Georgia, yeah, I know they've had Biden trailing, but I mean, this is so far from the general. He's getting in it. I can't imagine him not getting in once we actually get into the fall. Okay, we've got the coin flip suggestion. We've got a Kennedy and a Richard Nixon. I assume that's well, actually maybe that could be Ted Kennedy. I don't know. Maybe it's John F. But it's probably a rematch of the 1960 election. But I've got some coin flip. I've got a lot of suggestions. I've got some stuff that I'm working on that I'm gonna be putting out. But I, I gotta focus on a little bit more on what's gonna get me the best reception, I suppose. Okay, Vivek confirmed he's out. All right, and endorsed Trump. Is that also confirmed? Favorite president? I don't know. I never really think about it like that. I guess even if I did, I might probably just say, well, that's not what I want to make this about. I want to make it about the elections. But I don't know. I really don't. I don't know. It's more for me about just following what happens. And that's kind of it. It's kind of a cop out in a sense, but I like seeing what happens. Sometimes I like it, sometimes I don't like it, sometimes I don't care. Yeah, a rematch of 1960, Kennedy Nixon. That was a close one. But I mean, I've had a ton of suggestions, historical suggestions on coin flips, on spinners, on the dice battles, and on hypothetical matchups. I've made a ton of those videos. And I think as we get more closer to the election, it's going to be more content about the election. And, it's going to be more difficult to put in a random hypothetical when there's a lot of polls coming out, some news coming out. But we'll see what happens. Try to be around for the next election. Maybe the content dries up. Maybe the channel completely shuts down in a few weeks. Who knows? It's hard to say. Like with a lot of things on this channel, I like to say it's hard to predict. You never know what's going to happen. Now, some things are within reason, some things are not within reason. I did put out my best case scenario for the Democrats and the Republicans about a week ago, week and a half ago, something like that. Hey, I put those out. We'll be updating those. Those are fun videos because when you're talking about a best case scenario, you could go so far with it if you wanted to. But I try to keep it within reason. I just I can't say that New Jersey could flip in an extreme scenario. It could, but I want to try to avoid the fringes. I don't think Wisconsin's going to go safe for the Democrats in their best case scenario. It could. Maybe in 6 months, that's on the table. But the best case scenario is, yeah, Democrats really could, in the Senate, in the U.S. Senate, they could only pick up Texas and Florida. Some people have debated that. That is polarizing. The debate about Florida being further to the left than Texas. I do get some blowback in the comments about that. But I mean, a lot of these margins are so close. Some people say that there's no way Texas or Florida could flip. And, my response is this is a best case scenario. If I said the best case scenario is that the Democrats can't gain any seats for their blue wave, I don't think that would make a lot of sense. But I try to split it down the middle. Look at all the different sides, all the angles. Eisenhower's favorite president. Well, that's interesting. That's kind of a safe choice. You go back that far, Eisenhower, he was popular. And it was so long ago, I don't think people are going to hate that too much. Don't quit YouTube. Well, not planning on it, but who knows what can happen. The channel growth, there's been some, but I've put out 800 videos, 800 videos of pure political content. And it's kind of slow. Hoping to always like, share, and subscribe. You can join if you'd like to support the channel. There's super chats, there's everything. There's the super thanks. I mean, all the support helps. It's not easy to put out a video every single day for the last year and a half. Um, Favorite hypothetical scenario I've done? I don't know. I've done a ton. I think I've done over 100 of them, and there's been some interesting ones. It depends. Some of them are funny, and I try not to do those as much anymore. I had one where I did um, Oprah versus Dr. Oz. I did that, and that was right after the midterms, and that one I find to be amusing. I've had a lot of crazy ones. I think I've done Hunter Biden against Donald Trump Jr. I like the matchups that are close. I like the nail biters, and a lot of these could go either way. And what do we got here? We got, oh, hope I get to 20,000. Well, I hope so too, but how long would that take? Is it going to take 10 years? Oh, we got 20 in here. Well, hey, that's great. 20 people. I'm seeing 19, but glad everybody showed up. We're talking politics here, and we're mostly talking about the channel because 95% of the vote is in with Trump at 51%. Ron DeSantis second place, 21.3. Nikki Haley's in third, 19.1%. Vivek Ramaswamy fourth place, 7.7%, and he's got two delegates, 7 for Haley, 8 for DeSantis, 19 for Trump. Trump has won all the counties, all 99. That's your recap. DeSantis appears to have clinched second place. He's going to New Hampshire with some momentum. There will be some debates between now and then. And that primary schedule is right here, January 23rd. That's the New Hampshire primary. That should be Tuesday, next Tuesday. Then we've got Nevada after that. Oh, and we got a little bit more vote coming in. Trump gains 0.1%. Still got some vote outstanding though. Oh, now we have wow. After that, after apparently Trump was going to win in all 99 counties, now Haley has a 1 vote lead here in Johnson County over Trump. A single electoral vote. Maybe that changes. We've got greater than 95% in. But that is disappointing for Trump if he loses by one electoral, or not an electoral vote, one popular vote. All right. SpongeBob, yeah, those kinds of fictional character ones, I can't really get into those. I don't even know if I would have done that a while ago, but that's just too. It's not gonna. I don't think it's gonna be very positive for the kind of reception in this channel that I'm looking for. Swift versus Tucker Carlson. Yeah, some of these people I've done, I really could go either way. I can make a map kind of to go either way on most most of these candidates. I try to split it down the middle. That's the fairest way I think to do it. But I mean, I I could come up with a map where either of them win. It's just all about what you want to emphasize. That's what I always say. And everybody's had a miss in politics the last 5 or 10 years. Of course, probably a couple of misses at least. People would say this candidate is going to win or not win. And you're going to have some misses. Yeah, one vote. That's Johnson County. That's where a lot of the college students are. And if we go back last time, Trump got under 20% there. This is 2016. Last time in Johnson, he was under 90. So right now, Trump looking at 98 counties, which is we could round that to 99% of the counties he's won. And I'm sure Trump would say we could just round that to 100. Why not, right? AOC versus Queen. That is zany, I think is the right way to characterize that. But I think we're having a good amount of fun here, at least with whatever I'm rambling on about. Talking about the channel, talking about Iowa. What else can we do? Got to keep it lively. Not sure how long we're going to go here. I mean, I we got probably most of what we're going to get here out of Iowa. Surprised it was Haley to win a county, not DeSantis. Yeah, after these totals, Delaware. You know, what I can't say about Delaware is I do have a I do have a roadmap of Delaware, and that's your fun fact. Other than that, Delaware, it's not not the most talked about state. You've got Biden from Delaware. That's huge. I mean, that's massive. Longtime senator there. He got in there super young. He was in there forever. Vivek, oh hey, default username. You either just showed up or you're were lurking or I haven't been paying attention. One of those three. But yeah, I could see. I mean, if you're gonna get in fourth place, you gotta throw in the towel at some point. And now we gotta see what Vivek does from here. I still wonder if he would jump into the Ohio Senate race. Maybe he said he won't. Maybe he changes his mind. I know there's already a crowded field there, but he's from Ohio. There's a Senate election happening. Maybe he would flop if he ran. I don't know. Fun fact for Iowa. Yeah, let's let's hear what it is. I wonder if we're gonna get any more vote here. Is this like it? Once we hit the greater than 95, I don't know what we're going to get in. Okay, this precinct map. Looks like they've updated it now. We've got some more vote here. It's kind of scattered. But yeah, Haley cleaned up here in some of these Johnson County precincts. Trump winning up here in Cedar Rapids, though. And Dubuque. Oh yeah, we should be checking out some of these blue collar type of precincts. But the vote is split. It's all going to change by election day. Trump should win the state comfortably in the end. Here we go. So DeSantis, his strength, that's kind of scattered. Um, oh, it exists. That is funny. Okay, have a good night. Thank you. Thanks for showing up. Old Lion State Politics. Hey, you made it to the stream. That was unexpected, but did you just show up or were you here the whole time? Either way, thanks for stopping by. So these are the margins now for Trump again. Trump plus 43 in lower income areas. He's only up plus 8.3, the higher income areas. Fewer college graduates. Trump, he's up a massive 51. With more college grads, he's only up 7.4. And now in the rural areas, he is up 39. Suburbs only 22, in the urban areas 28. I would love to see what's going to happen in the general. Still got this one vote lead for Haley. And this could be it. I don't know. We still got 4 more delegates to give out. Asa and a Kanye West ticket, that would flop. I made it. I was on stream earlier, but saw you streaming. Thought I'd stop by. Hey, that works. I was wondering who's got their streams going. And it is getting late, but yeah, we're still doing it. There was not a lot of excitement. I don't know how your stream went, but not a whole lot of action for one state in a primary on a Monday night. And plus, how the map glitched out on New York Times. Wishing Haley got second, but makes sense for DeSantis since he got the endorsements and most time in Iowa. Yeah, Haley's banking on New Hampshire. I wonder if she's already out of the state and she would not set foot in that state again, probably, unless she was somehow the running mate. Trump crushed it. Well, I don't know if he crushed it because in the polling aggregate, he was at 52 and a half. He's underperformed that slightly, not a huge amount. But there was talk about maybe he'd get 60. He didn't get 60. He didn't even get 55. At one point, it was looking like he could dip under 50. But in another sense, yeah, he got a majority of the vote. That is crushing it in another sense. Are we up to 21? It's not a lot, but I don't know why it's going up after the fact. The later it gets, maybe other streams are shutting down and people are really looking to get their stream fix. So they're gonna come here. But it's still it's getting late and this thing is kind of over. Yeah, I could see ending it. I wasn't sure how long I was gonna go. Maybe 3 hours. Now we're going up to we're over four, 4.5. We covered the community poll results at the beginning. We did 30, 40 minutes of it. Yeah, the vote was so slow for a while. There was nothing happening. All of a sudden it just dumps in. And then it sat there and then it like went down and then it went up and it was weird, but so Haley's got one county, maybe. Maybe she's got Johnson County. That would have been the one I would think Trump would not have won. And he's clinging. Um, New Hampshire, yep. I don't know. I mean, that should be closer, but there's going to be more excitement. But it's still one state, one map, and I mean, there's a lot of burnout after this stream. Getting more views after the fact, which is that's hilarious. So I don't know how much more is left here. But yeah, we're going to see what the fallout is of this over the next couple days. All the speeches and maybe endorsements. And then there's going to be campaigning in New Hampshire. And then the debates. Should be two debates. But there's also some debate burnout. I'm sure plenty of voters are just tuning it out. But maybe it has an impact. But DeSantis got second. He's got something he could say. That right now, if Trump was out of it, theoretically, DeSantis should step in. February 6th. Talk about Nevada. Vivek dropped out. That's what I hear. And he also endorsed Trump, I think. That I'm not sure. But he made a name for himself. He made a splash. People had no clue who that guy was 6 months ago. I'm sure a lot of people still don't, but he could probably make another run for it. But I know a lot of people don't like him either, so who knows what he does. Okay, endorse Trump. Yeah, that makes sense. It was either that or he doesn't endorse for a day or two. So we still got some outstanding vote here. Muscatine County, that's only 20% of the vote in. Other than that, There's hardly any. And Johnson County is not even on here. So that might be confirmed. Haley wins Johnson County, unless there is one or two more votes out there that just hasn't been counted. Yeah, Ramaswamy. He's probably the biggest wild card. I just don't know what his potential is, what he's going to do. Maybe he's just a flash in the pan. He goes nowhere. DeSantis won at 17 to 29. Okay, interesting. Yeah, unfortunately, the vote counting progression was all over the place. Super slow, then big dump, then they retracted it. It just not very fun. In Johnson County, Haley is ahead by one vote with all precincts in. Trump is now on track to win 98 of 99 counties. So I guess they all have something to brag about. Haley's got one county, DeSantis second place, and Trump the clear winner here. 19 delegates, 98 counties, 51% of the vote. We'll see what happens. All right. Take care. Thanks for stopping by. I'll probably be winding it down soon myself. Ramaswamy did good in South and Eastern Iowa. I don't even see him on here. There was some counties where he was in third before, but I don't. Here he is. He's got somehow here he's got 24%. That's interesting. Just that county, he has a ton, but I can't find another county. Oh, here's one where he's in third. Yeah. So what's left? What are we up to? We're up to 4.5 hours in this stream. 4.5. 15 people. We are going to have to wind it down here. I'm also going to have to try to put out a real quick video tomorrow about these results. Hopefully I can do that quickly at some point. But other than that, I don't know. Is there what's left? It was nice to see people showing up. It was nice to see some interaction. We covered this thing, but I don't know if there's anything left in the tank. We got 108,000 votes in. We're still waiting on 4 delegates, but everything pretty much is in the books. Okay, Ramaswamy, a couple counties. I'm not sure exactly where these counties are, but even if he did good, I mean, it's still 7.7. That's pretty much nothing. He can say he got two delegates. He got two delegates in a presidential primary. That's more than any of us could say. Well, this whole thing is kind of slowed down a little bit. 14 people. Most of those seem to be lurkers, I would imagine. Some people might have the stream up and they left the house. So Haley has one county. DeSantis gets in second place. Haley in third. Ramaswamy is dropped out. Trump 51%, 19 delegates. So I think we're going to draw this thing to a close in the next minute or two, unless there's any last minute comments. Not sure when the next stream will be. I would like to do Super Tuesday, but it's 6 weeks away, 7 weeks. It's hard to say. There is the next week in New Hampshire, but you know, a 4 hour stream. It's a lot of effort for another single state. But I did the community poll results. That was the goal. Did the stream for Iowa. Good interaction. You're taking off for the night. That's pretty much what I'm going to do in just a moment. So we're going to leave at the same time pretty much. But thanks a lot for showing up. Glad you enjoyed the stream. No, I've not eaten 8. I have. How about this? I haven't been to that place. Um, so I think we're gonna keep the good videos. Is that all of them? All 800 videos? Stay through the entire stream. That's great. That's dedication. That is super fan. That's what it sounds like. Well, we didn't have any super chats on this one, but we'll we'll be back probably for another stream at some point. So the conclusion here is we're on to New Hampshire. We're gonna have some debates. Trump wins a majority of the vote in Iowa. We'll see what all the fallout is. We'll see what all the media coverage is over the next week. New polls, we're going to have to take a look at those. All right, thanks for the compliments. Watch all the election. Did you watch the 2022? Did you go back and watch that live stream, that whole thing? But I mean, either way, I mean, even if you didn't, I mean, that's dedication. If you're watching this and the last one. All right. Reuven Goldstein, thank you. Thank you for showing up. I remember, yeah, you had some good comments. The Maybe you'll show up in the future. Good stuff. All right. Well, you have watched that. That's good. I whatever you must really enjoy this content then. Whatever it is, the other channels don't have it. This channel has it. That's what I'm hearing. Or I'm assuming that. Oh, we got a little bit more vote there. Look at that. Trump went up point 0.1 right at the last second. All right. So, not super exciting, but that's going to bring this stream to a close. So, everybody have a great night. Thanks for stopping by, and we'll see you on the next video.